And today we're going to talk to you about the massive reveal that we recently did that had to deal with our races and classes.
Yes, absolutely.
And answer a ton of questions that you guys sent in, as well as questions in the chat, questions in the Twitch, and then we've got 4 hours of the various developers showing pieces of the discipline system and the new class stuff.
So yesterday, big reveal, a handful of things. We did a complete graphics overhaul, which is pretty big news.
I forgot to mention that.
For us, that's pretty big. We did the race class splitting, which I thought we would never be able to do. So, like, in fact, if you go back and look on the forums at one point, there was a thread entitled, if you could change one thing about the design, what would it be? And I weighed in because, you know, nobody gets everything they want. Evidently I do, though, because I got it. But everybody put a post, and mine was, I wish we didn't just have archetypes. I wish we could do races and classes.
And what I think is funny is the entire time of doing this project, Todd was always like, are you sure we have to do archetypes? And he'd come back every so often like, did you guys figure it out how we can make this split work?
Yeah.
And ultimately it always came down to it's 20 times the animations.
It's just a lot more animations, and we've only got 2 animators.
And we've got 2 guys doing it, and we still can't make the numbers work.
Right.
Unless you can give us more time, which is part of Todd's job.
Well, more time equates to more money, really. I mean, at the end of the day, it's more man-months worth of work. That means you either spend more time doing it with the same people, which costs you more money, or you go get more people. And so after the Title III race, which was incredibly successful, and if any of you guys participated in that, I want to thank you for that. We then finished off our fundraising round that we'd kind of put on hold to do that, and that went better than expected. And so when that hit, I basically sat up all weekend sketching out all of the things that I thought it would take for us to make this change, and then walked in, as I do, on especially 3-day weekends or when I go on vacation.
He goes, I have an idea.
I come in, and Blair and Bill and Melissa are always like, oh, who's going to take the hit this time? And this time it was everybody. Yeah. Everyone got to take the hit. Hooray!
I think the timing on that also coincided with the discipline.
Right, that was the other thing that was going on.
The system was coming online, so Todd and I were able to sit down and go, well, what do we do with dodges? What do we do with retaliates? And all these racial things. And we're just like, well, we can just make racial disciplines.
Right.
And just fold up all of these powers up into the racial level.
Yeah.
At the discipline, special discipline granted to every race. And it was like, that just answered the rest of the questions.
It did, yeah. So the other thing that I think is really cool that came online with disciplines that we'll talk about a little bit, I think we'll have an update on it next week to go into it in detail, but it's passive.
It's the passive system, yeah.
So I was playing with some of these yesterday when I was in testing, and they're just really cool.
Thank you.
Playing with
Thank you.
There was one that I had never heard of before that I saw in the game, which is kind of funny. But it was the Centaur Strength of the Legion, I think it was, which is basically if as a contingency spell on me. If I die, then all of my group members get a buff on my death. And I was like, that is not only a really cool idea, it's a really great idea for me because I have a tendency to charge into combat and die. So I'm now doing my team a service, like a final thank you as I leave the battlefield as a crow.
So we have all of those things peppered through the disciplines.
Yeah, so talk about passives real quick. So what are they and how do they work?
So you have 3 or 4 types of powers, right? You've got your ultimates, you've got your left clicks, you've got your right clicks, you have your trait powers, and then you have these things called passives, and they just work all the time.
Right.
And
because they're passive.
Because they're passive.
Hence the name.
Hence the name. And you can only load out 3 of them right now. We're talking about a 4th.
Right.
And there's a lot of choice there. And I'm purposely giving you a ton of these things, so you have to make those choices.
Yeah.
Right? Do I want the bootstrapping harvesting ones? Do I want the weapon ones which bootstrap crappy weapons, right? If I don't have a good weapon, I can offset having a good weapon with this pack, but it costs me a slot, which means I may not have the room to load out that really cool death power or whatever. So you load them out. There's a lot of fun ones. There's a lot of maybe not so fun ones. We'll work on those. I mean, this is our first whack. I mean, I think we put 300 powers into the game in this last update. It's something like we just built 8 archetypes and dumped it on everybody at once.
So okay, so back to passives real quick. So one of the keys here is you'll see kind of as a prevailing thread through all this is the idea of choice, right? Is the archetypes, the reason I didn't like them is that they go, while they're cheaper to get into the game, so it saved us production money and cost. and time. The downside of it is it took away elements of player choice. I mean, if I chose to be a knight and you chose to be a knight, we're inherently basically the same,
Yep.
right? So the idea behind disciplines, the idea behind races and classes, the idea behind giving you more passives than you have slots for, all of that goes back to choice. So that even if I am the same race, the same class, and I choose the same weapon specialization, the same 2 majors and the same 3 minors as you, just our loadout may cause us to be different, and
Correct.
that may cause us to play the game very different.
Absolutely.
So that's what we're going to. It all goes back to the idea of choice and variability. So, but Todd, I hear you say, how does that mean? How are you going to keep all of these different choices balanced? Okay, so this is the answer is we're not, right? Like, so there will be some combinations that are better, and there will be some combinations that suck. Our job is to make sure there's not a small number of combinations that are better than everything else, right? We want it to be nice and muddy so that there's so many damn combinations, it's impossible to find one great one or 3 great ones, because this one is great in this situation, but in these other situations, it's actually terrible.
Sure.
And there will be some that are just bad in all situations, right? Like, that's the other thing. That is, I mean, if the only way to fix that would be to basically take choice away from you guys and put the game on rails so that you're protected, because God forbid anybody make a bad decision,
right,
and feel the repercussions of that.
Yeah, there's definitely lots of ways to go with that, and you've seen that in the last couple of years with all of the class systems. Is they protect the player,
right?
So they can't make a bad choice,
right?
In fact, it's been a design mantra for many years now to not let players make bad choices, because then they will invariably make them and have a bad time, and they might get hurt.
Right.
And we're actually embracing the opposite.
Right, we are. So one of the things that's going to come out of that, I just noticed a comment on here of XYZ discipline is overpowered. Yeah, we dumped 100 subclasses in the game with hundreds of powers in a single build. Some of them are going to be downright broken. Not even like overpowered broken, like I click this power button and it crashes my client kind of broken. So
we haven't seen a lot of those, which I'm kind of...
I know, I'm actually glad about that. But with hundreds of powers, you should expect dozens and dozens of bugs. Some of them being minor, some of them being severe, some of them being just descriptions that are wrong.
It's not even that we just also dumped 300 powers in the game. We just changed the entire damage scale of the game.
Right, that too. Oh, yeah, that's right.
We had to go
all the numbers by 10.
We had to go touch every single power in the game, every single piece of gear in the we had to touch everything.
Yep,
and
that's true.
Like the Poisoner one right now, I know Mark has a fix ready to go in the new branch. It was still set to the old value, so it was doing times 10 damage. And I thought there was going to be a couple of those. So far, we've only found 1.
Yeah.
So we changed that. We changed cooldowns. We changed resources. I mean, we touched everything.
All right, I'm going to comment on another comment, which is if there are really bad combos, there must be really good ones that everyone will eventually find and make the standard. So my counterpoint to this is to go play Shadowbane. So were there combos that were in Shadowbane that were really good? Yeah, of course. There were combos that were great. Was there one combo that was the best that ever be played? Absolutely not. No, there wasn't. There were dozens that were really, really good and dozens that were really, really, really bad. So it's a different philosophy to balancing the game, and go talk to the old Shadowbane players about it, and you'll get an earful, believe me, because they've seen it in action.
And I think, again, it's because games recently, in the last 5-10 years, have not let you make bad choices.
Right.
So people aren't used to all of the freedom, and it just doesn't boil down to one. If I give you a game on rails, there's probably going to be one optimal build for that,
right,
and everybody takes it, because your choices is about that big. We've just opened the field up to whatever, essentially. Yes. In fact, we made a pass on Sunday to open up things like Runecaster to all of the melee classes. They were originally a lot more limited, and we just made a pass. Pretty much everything is open to everybody unless mechanically they don't have rage, right? That would be a reason, or you don't have stealth.
Right.
Those are pretty much the 2 limiters right now. And then in the weapon ones, if you don't have the animations.
Yeah.
So those are the big limiters.
And even that, our goal over time is to add more and more animations to open those things up, right? This is dramatically more open than it was as far as you guys knew as of last week, and it's just going to get more and more open, because that's our goal, is to open things up as much as possible. So,
do you want to answer some questions, or because I have a list of questions. I'm seeing some crafting ones coming in too. If you can change discs, then you don't have consequences. Okay, so I've seen this a couple times on the forums already. which is the idea that people are going to be changing disciplines on the fly.
Right, all the time.
All the time. And that is not a thing. Absolutely not a thing, just because of the resource cost to build them. Right now they cost 1 ore in game because it's testing.
Right.
We need you to test every one of these and find all the bugs before, obviously, as we move towards live. Yep. They require you to find a thrall in the world of that specific type.
Right.
Right? Finding these things is going to be challenging. Some of them are going to be more rare than others.
Right. Yep.
And if you find, let's say Bard is the hot one, right?
Of the week.
Right? It's the hot one. There isn't a lot of Bard thralls in the world. You're not going to be swapped because you actually consume these things when you equip them.
Yeah, once they're equipped, you can replace them with something else, but the first one is burned.
It's gone.
Right? It's gone. So, I mean, it's not just a loadout situation.
Correct.
Where I'm changing powers. Now, you can change powers and passives. And right now, there's no cooldown. That will change as well. There will be a cooldown on it as well, because we don't want people basically changing out their passives in real time, using hotkeys.
Yes.
So.
Yes. Yeah. Somebody just said bards are hot. Yeah. They are, in fact. They're a lot of fun right now. The particles are coming online. They're looking good. It used the new toggle buff system that we built. I spent a lot of weekends working on that one. I'm really happy with where it came out. So back to that. So yes, it is an out of combat preparatory thing when you're forming your group. Kind of, hey Todd, we need a support slot that's running these disciplines.
Yeah.
Some of these disciplines, right? And be like, okay, I've got this kind of guy, right? It's not, hey, there's another group, quick, let's all swap out our builds to counter them.
There's a couple other questions. One was, can I loot your disciplines when I kill you? No.
No.
You don't lose your disciplines when you die.
Oh, God.
Oh, really? You had to pull that up? So, what was there was another question. Oh, somebody asked, how long does it take to create disciplines in terms of production time? So that's an interesting question, actually. So let's start with the miners, right? So let's say I wanted to create a new miner discipline that, I don't know, did something, right? It's Rainmaster. It actually allows me to summon storm clouds.
Okay.
So I come to you and I'm like, hey, I really want some kind of weather mastery discipline in, but I don't want it to be a major. I want it to be a minor. So it's just going to give you a passive.
Sure.
So how long would that take you to make?
That particular one?
Yeah.
I don't have the tech, but it would probably take me like 10 minutes.
Okay.
That one's an easy one.
Yeah.
So let's talk about a harder one. Spirit Whip.
Okay.
Spirit Whip was probably, it took me 10 or 12 hours to make that one.
Okay.
And that was because I had to go into every single one of the archetypes or classes now, basic attacks, and add a chain for the attack actually chaining to multiple targets.
Okay, that's pretty cool. So explain what that one does.
So basically all your basic attacks will now jump up to 2 additional targets, and each time it jumps, it does, the first jump it does 50% less damage, and the third jump is 25%.
So it's chain lightning effect.
Basically on your basic attacks.
Yep.
And I love the idea of it. I'm like, man, this one is going to be a huge data one, but I'm willing to do it. And it took me about 10 or 12 hours at home, which is probably worth 2 to 3x the time working in the office because I'm uninterrupted at home. Yes, my day is a lot of Hey Blairs, which kind of pop me up from work to keep the team moving forward on whatever other issues that we have.
He actually restricts the number of Hey Blairs that we get per day.
Yes, so when somebody comes by and says, like, it's always Hey Blair, I'm like, all right, you're using your Hey Blair for the day. So some miners take a really long time, and some of them are 10 minutes, 15 minutes. I mean, it's really, it depends on what we want to do.
Right.
But the goal was to create a huge
Let's
spread.
say it's a simple one. It's not. It's a poisoning one that adds just a poison effect onto.
We made that
power.
one.
It's a new power. Let's say, as opposed to impacting all my left clicks, my base attacks.
Because we
it's
made that one.
brand new power that poisons somebody. How long would that take you?
That's probably about 30 to 45 minutes.
Okay. Not including any animations or any particles.
That's
just
where
raw data.
Yeah, it's about 30 to 45 minutes because you want to test it and you want to fill out the strings to make sure it reads correctly.
Yeah.
Our power tool has gotten pretty robust now that we can make a lot of these pretty quickly. And what actually slowed us down in implementation of a lot of these was the new tech we needed. So we put a ton of new powers tech in for all of these. The ability to modify crits on the target. I can make the critical hits on the target go up or down. Excuse me. The ability to deal more damage if the target is snared, right? Basically dealing conditional-based damage based on the target state. We didn't have that before. So adding all this stuff into the combat engine opened a bunch of doors for the future.
And you get, now going forward,
We have that
you
Lego.
have all that stuff.
We call them Legos, right?
Okay.
We have those Legos, and we can use them in different ways.
That's pretty cool. Okay, so here's a good question that came down, which is basically, why did you guys select the particular race cast combinations that you did? Okay, so this is the initial race class combinations chart. So you can look at each of the classes, look at each of the races, and see. And generally speaking, it was like for any given race, we wanted them to have 3 to 4 available classes.
Yep.
And for any given class, it was kind of more all over the board. It was really more narrative and thematic choices. So I've heard a lot of people specifically saying, how come the Ganetian didn't get assassin? And the reason is because they have their own type of assassin class. They're in fact the only race that has a unique class just to them, and that's the duelist, that is already their stealth class, right?
Yep.
And so that was the reason. If we feel like it's different enough, then yeah, we can always go and add it. We're still working on Assassin right now. So it didn't feel to us, the same reason that Stalker just kind of didn't feel like it made sense anymore. It was like, the crossover here with Ranger is actually pretty high. All the other things we were going to give them, they can now get through disciplines. Yep. It didn't seem to warrant now its own class anymore. So that was the same thought was, Duelist already does a bunch of the things that we were, for the Ganetian that we were going to give Assassin. It felt like it was overkill. It just felt like it was two ways to get to the same vision. So if that's not the case and you can't take a duelist with Knife Grinder and Poison Master or Poisoner and you can't get there, then okay, we'll look at opening it up as a combo. It's not, the thing about this whole decision was it was now or never. If we launch the game with archetypes, Crowfall would forever be a game with archetypes.
You can't change that.
We couldn't change it. It would be like NGE, right? It would be a dramatic change to underlying systems that people would have already invested a ton of time into, and inevitably half your players would be incredibly pissed off, right? So instead, by doing it now, it put us in a position to be able to add more things later. There's a few in here that I just really thought would be cool, but we just were like, that seems like too many to pare it down. Like I thought having a Fey Knight would be really cool. I just thought it was kind of a neat idea. That one didn't get on there. Having an Elkin Assassin, that seemed pretty cool, but we just didn't get to it. So we will eventually go and fill this chart out more, unless it's like a narrative reason why not. So for example,
Human Confessor.
The Human Confessor is a great example, right? There are Human Confessors. They call themselves Nathari. Did we just freeze up?
You're good, Todd.
Okay.
Don't worry about the computer. It's the computer.
Okay. So human confessors are Nathari. That's what they call themselves. But effectively, under the covers, they are humans. They've come up with this idea that through years of indoctrination and breeding, that they are a better race. Where in actuality, it's arguable, right? So that was why. That's why technically the Nathari line and the human line and even the half-elf line are all kind of human bases. Yeah. The elves, Wood Elf and High Elf are again, they're kind of off the same base. So they are different, but they're not dramatically different. So anyway, there's a quick answer.
And I would think from what we're going to do with the attributes on the racials, the humans would probably, they're going to end up with more strength and more spirit than intelligence.
Yeah, so we went through, we did put up the initial attributes, but I do want to caution you guys that is highly subject to change. What's going to happen, we put in right now, for example, every race class combo has exactly the same number of weapon specializations, majors, and minors. We may very well change that. We may decide that, Wood Elves, because they get this kind of cool blink teleport right-click power that they can put as a dodge, humans don't get that. All right, well, let's give humans an extra minor as a result, or something like that. There's a whole bunch of balancing that we will do later.
Yep.
But for right now, to get them in quickly, it was like, all right, let's just put all the disciplines in, make it cost 1 ore to make them, stick them on if anybody that we think it might be reasonable and it's not too expensive from an animation standpoint. And then once we get them in and working, we'll know what we've got in our hands, and then we can add some. Some of them will get yanked, I have no doubt. Some of these disciplines won't make the cut. They just either won't be fun, or they'll be too problematic, or too buggy, or unbalanced, or whatever. So you guys, by now, if you've been with us long enough, you can kind of intuit our method of development, which is to get things in, get them up and running, get the scaffolding there, and then once you have an idea what you have, you start to build it and build on that foundation or pull it down if it's not working.
Yeah.
It's a very iterative approach to development. So
Let's answer some of the questions that
Okay.
were on
I was
the
going to say,
forums.
are you reading through them, or do you want me to pick them
No,
out?
I'll pick some of these up.
Sure.
Will the basic power kit for each archetype currently has be transferred over to its corresponding class with the new system? Yes.
yes.
So all the druid powers will go to the druid, for example.
Right.
However, there are certain of those powers that will go to the wood elf. For
Yep.
example, the right-click Misty Step, as Todd likes to call it.
Well, it seems like a D&D Misty Step or Blink.
Dissipate,
Blink
I think,
power.
is what basically that becomes the wood elf racial dodge power.
Right.
Right. So certain things will migrate over to the race, and certain things will go to the class.
The Legionnaire's rear kick is a great one, right? Yep. That doesn't make any sense to give to the other clerics now that one's changed over to cleric. So that'll definitely be a racial power that will be on centaurs, and they'll just get the benefit of that. Same with their speed bonus, the movement bonus.
That's a racial thing.
It's a racial thing.
So a certain chunk of the current archetype goes to race, and a certain chunk goes to the class. What was that? So not all druids get teleport. You are correct, Leilani. If you are a wood elf druid, you will get teleport. If you are not, you will. If you are, who else can be a druid on this chart? The Fae. The Fae does not get a teleport.
But she will get wings.
But she gets wings.
Get wings.
They get that really short dash, real short, quick dash. So that will factor into your decision on how you want to build your character. What's more important to you, wings or a right-click blink?
Yeah. So the question just came up, does each race have a pro and a con? And it's not really about the cons right now, right? It's a question of they all have different pros, and my not having wings could be looked at as a con, but it's really a question of what race package do I like better. They'll also have passives, they'll have slightly different attributes, slightly different skill bonuses. So the short answer is it's messy. But that's also a min-maxer's dream. I mean, that's what's fun about a lot of these systems, exploring and finding unique combinations and unique synergies that other people just haven't stumbled.
Yeah, once we actually start deciding who gets what. So, for example, all of the harvesting passives I just put in, it may not be that everybody gets all three.
Right. That's
right.
True.
It may just be the Stoneborn gets the mining and the coring one.
Yeah.
Right. So again, we will start divvying these up between the races. Where they seem appropriate.
No, our goal in that is to make sure that we don't ever make it too obvious. Like, oh, well, if I want to be a harvester, then I have to be a stoneborn. So we don't want to make any of them overloaded too much in one area that it becomes the only obvious choice. We want it to be hard choices all the time. Like at every turn, I feel like, crap, I really want A, B, and C, and I have to give up something. I can't have everything.
Yeah.
You know, that's where it becomes fun.
Okay, can you give us any details on the cleric class because of the Legionnaire has been changed because it's no longer a uniquely rated centaur? Yes, it will have heals. It will have support stuff. We're still undecided exactly where they land as far as resource mechanic. It's not just going to be a renaming of all the Legionnaire assets. They will get one or two of them, but they're going to get some new stuff.
Yeah. There's going to be some change there.
Yeah.
That one started, of course, with the fact that the centaurs have very Romanesque armor.
Right.
And so once that became a race, it was like, all right, well, if a Stoneborn can be one and he's not wearing Roman-style armor, doesn't really make sense for him to be called a Legionnaire, and it didn't. And so we started, that basically opened the conversation to, well, what should this be? And we realized, you know, what's missing here, even though we don't want to have fire hose healing, is we just need to have a traditional cleric. It became much more obvious from a narrative standpoint that was a hole in the lineup. So we said, okay, well, this is a good opportunity for us to fix that.
Will the Ranger Stalker merger, will some abilities be cut from both, but keep the ones you feel fit the new class, or there will be all new abilities? I think we're just going to merge in the ones that we thought that were very iconic to the Stalker, and maybe cut some of the weaker ones. I mean,
and move some stuff to disciplines, right?
I mean, that's just, with the discipline system, we can totally make all kinds of crazy subclasses.
Absolutely.
Right? In fact, it was kind of funny because I was like, you know what, we really didn't need this many classes had we started earlier with disciplines.
That's probably true. Yeah. That's
right. I mean, because we took 4 or 5 very iconic, strong game mechanics and put them around a wrapper like Bard or Banshee, and those both are very strong. Dryad, Pixie, same thing. I mean, they all feel very iconic. They could be.
They could have been classes,
right? I mean, if you'd given them another 3 or 4 less strong powers, they would have fit one of the archetypes. So. We could have gone with less had we started here.
And so some of these majors, I think, will end up having not a giant, but a noticeable, significant game system to back up them specifically. Bentley, for example, is working on
The map
scouting
system, yeah.
right now, and the scouting system is an interesting game into itself. So you enter a campaign world, and you basically are surrounded by fog of war, right? So you come in and you open your map, their world map, and you're going to have basically one cell. Anything you've explored, which is nothing, it's going to be one cell with a temple in the middle of it, right? So as you move around the world, just like Civilization or any of those kind of games, it's going to be opening up that fog of war.
Yep.
What scouting does is it allows you to take a blank map object that you craft, and you can effectively hit a power to scroll on that map the surrounding area. And what it does is it takes a snapshot of anything that's in the area. So if Blair's dropped a house in this area, which of course you can't do on some of the campaign worlds, but we hope
Right.
you'll be able to do on others. If Blair's dropped a house there, it'll scroll that house on the map. If I then take that map and give it to Max, in spite of the fact that he's the worst person in the world, I give it to Max
In the history of the world.
in the history of the world, and I let Max use it. Max, even though he hasn't been to that grid square, can now open up that part of the fog of war.
Yep.
So, and it'll show Blair's house. If Gibson later comes and wipes that house off the face of the planet, that doesn't update your map or his. So it actually isn't just a one-time scouting thing. You're going to want to send scouts out on a continual basis to basically refresh everyone's maps. We've even talked about having like a particular type of crafting station where you can check those maps in, and then other people in your guild can come and scroll the information off of it to kind of download it. So that's all of that is basically a system to support scouting as a concept. So that if I want to go into a campaign and just be a scout, and I'm a great scout, and that's what I'm going to do. That's a valid it's a valid game role.
And you can see why some disciplines are more expensive than others
Yeah,
to make.
absolutely.
Because that's not a combat power. That's going to take multiple weeks of
It's
an
an
engineer.
exploration power,
Yeah.
right? So,
But it will still fall under the major umbrella, and it will probably get a couple combat things with it to make it worthwhile.
yeah, sure. And we may end up taking some of that functionality and moving it somewhere else. It may be that creating that war table is an entirely different major discipline, right? Or coordinating and being able to mass produce that stuff is now a commander discipline or something like that. So anyway, that's what's interesting about the system is it gives us a very easy kind of architecture to start building these other subsystems underneath.
Okay, with the massive environment graphic updates, are you guys planning on updating the character visuals as well?
What's that? Sorry, I got distracted reading.
So much chat. With the massive environment upgrade, are you guys planning on updating the character visuals as well? I know there is a new shader coming online.
Yeah, there is a shader coming on. So this was our first cut at getting the new lighting system in.
Yep.
So the lighting system is in now. Even the next build that comes out, it looks dramatically better because we've now gone through and started to adjust those settings. We have more terrain shader work coming. We have weather effects coming. We have day-night cycle coming. So it is just going to get better from here. That said, are we going to go back to all of our characters and make wholesale changes? Probably not. So. I don't know that we need to, though, quite frankly. I think that once we got all the shader work working correctly, it's going to look pretty impressive. It's going to look pretty awesome.
With the addition of new races, is there a chance that monster races will be getting female genders? I don't think we signed up for any more beyond the ones that we...
No, and actually the ones that are left now, we haven't done because we're afraid they'll look really stupid. That's actually the main reason. Like the Minotaur... Like making a female Minotaur is just asking for people to run around looking goofy. That's why they would do it, right? Is to make cow jokes.
Yeah, I think about on EverQuest 1, the Gukton race. It was frogs, and they put in a female, and they had to give it a female bra because, of course,
right,
reasons. Does a female frog have boobs? I mean, what's
yeah,
it's just
I don't know. So it's pure. I mean, at this point now, gender is purely cosmetic. It has no in-game effect. It's purely cosmetic. So the ones that we aren't doing now, we're only not doing because we think the cosmetics would be kind of goofy. I mean, the Stoneborn are...
Well, there's a lore reason for some of them.
Yeah,
too.
I mean, there's lore as well, but like the Stoneborn, if you look at them, right, they look like stone golems or earth elementals. They don't really look like dwarves at all.
Right.
They have a big beard. They have a big beard made of roots, and they're made of living stone. So if Dave could go and whip up a concept that looked really cool, I'd be open to it. So far, we haven't seen that. So anyway,
Yeah.
We'll see. Though if we did do one, I think a Ganesha would probably be next.
Well,
You don't think that'd be
the
ridiculous?
female Ganesian.
Uh-huh. Of the ones we've got, that's the one that would be most likely to be next. Like, well, Centaur's a great example. When we started in Kickstarter, we didn't have a female Centaur. And Dave whipped up a concept that looked amazing, and we're like, all right, no problem, make this a reward. So we made it a stretch goal, right? So we're not totally opposed to it. I just don't want to do it if it's going to be stupid looking.
That is a good reason. Will the Sun Elf and Moon Elf vessels be crafted separately, or are they a cosmetic distinction made after crafting the High Elf vessel? Right now, it's one recipe.
Yeah, it's High Elf is High Elf.
Yeah.
Sun and Moon are just different families, the noble houses within. So it will probably unlock different skin and hair options, but that's it. They're otherwise identical.
Yeah, when you look at, or when you click the race you want to be, it will look for the elf vessel and not a specific Sun Elf or Moon Elf vessel.
So just for clarity for the viewers, the questions that Blair is reading right now are taken from the forums, but we do want to get some questions from the Twitch chat as well.
Any ones that are
every now and then we see one that pops up. There was one asking about our VR support. On my list of priorities, VR is at the bottom. I mean, eventually, yeah, we'll do it because we said we would, and we'll get to it. When we did that, it was kind of in the early. Everybody was punch drunk on the idea of VR and how it was going to be amazing and stuff like that. Having played with it now, I don't think it's as simple as just turn on the glasses and it'll be great. Having played a number of apps now, I think it's going to be a lot more experimentation. Yeah. And I don't right now our priority needs to be on making this game as great as possible. So eventually I still want us to get to it, but I'm not spending any time or effort thinking about it right now just because it doesn't make sense. We got bigger fish to fry.
Are the armor weapon appearances based on race or class now or something else?
It's based on race. It's actually cultural, right? The armors are now cultural.
Yes. Racial. The weapons, however, are kind of a la carte.
Yep, depending on, it's a combo, right?
It will be part of the crafting recipe at the very end, that design screen, what appearance you want it to make. We haven't really built that yet, so that's still kind of, it's not a thing yet.
It's not. Nope.
Right. So we'll know more once we actually start building that thing. How does the change from archetypes to racing class combos affect promotion classes? Good question.
Yeah, that's another one that I personally have thought, let's wait on it until I have a basic problem with getting too far out there in terms of design. I like to have a general idea and you kind of rough out, okay, here's where we're going. But I don't like to get into the details of designs. When you're way back here working on this, doing detailed design work way out here in the future, you're basically just wasting your time. Because inevitably, assumptions that you made here are going to turn out to be wrong. Things that you didn't think were possible, like race class, for example, turn out to be possible. Things that you thought would be easy are going to turn out to be impossible. So the further and further out on the limb you are in terms of the design, the more you are risking that design just not being relevant, just not making any sense. The context matters too much. So I tend to like to have a good idea of where we're going, pencil it out, and then as you're building it, you kind of look at, okay, well, what are we doing right now? How did that turn out? What assumptions were correct? What were not? And how does that adjust the next layer out? And then you just kind of let it go further. So all of that is a build-up to saying, I don't really know on the promotions. We roughed it out. We have some ideas. We just made a fundamental change, both with the race class switch and with racial disciplines and with passives and with disciplines. I'd kind of like to now see how all those assumptions turn out. And then we'll go back and take a look and say, okay, now what's the ripple effect of this on promotions? Are they necessary? Are they cool? Should they just be discipline runestones? Right. What does that mean now in terms of how it feels and in terms of the overall character progression? So I'm just not spending a lot of time thinking about it because I know that would be wasted effort, quite frankly.
Yep. How has these changes affected the development schedule?
Well, the development schedule was already pushed out, right?
Yeah.
So once it became apparent to us last year that we weren't going to hit our original Kickstarter date, we basically came back and said, guys, we're not going to give you dates now. We're going for quality. That's the important thing. That eventually we think will determine whether we're successful or not. So thank you for being patient with us. We're just going to get to work. This particular amount of work we've managed to thread back in by getting additional resource in. But that said, there's always an impact for everything. My promise to you guys was that we would make this game for you and that we would make it great. And that has to be my guiding stone, right? At the end of the day, if I'm ever in a situation where it's a choice between get it out now or make it great, I will always choose make it great. And I understand that some people disagree with that or they don't like it, but ultimately you guys are going to judge us as a team based on how great the game is, not when it comes out, unless it's out by like 4 years or something like that. But we're not talking about that. I mean, we've been in this now for what, 2 years? 2 years and a couple months?
2 years and a couple months was actually started building.
So if you look at where we are now compared to our Kickstarter, we've actually done a shocking amount of work with a small team in a small time. You know, if you check in every week, it's hard to see that,
right?
Because things seem to go so slow. But if you look at it like on an every quarter or every 6-month basis, it's actually moving forward leaps and bounds. And the really important thing is that it's moving forward. What you're seeing from us is constant progress, constant momentum.
And the thing that they don't see is all of the little things we do to make things better.
Right.
For example, we just spent 2 weeks of an engineer's time to make the trees more performant.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. I mean, it took Steve offline for 2 weeks, and he went in, and trees are now client side until you activate it, and then it activates on the server. And the object gets charged to us. Before, you were getting charged for all the objects, and you will never know about that except for
you're telling them.
Except I told them. And
so that doesn't mean they're client-side trees. It means they're now light objects.
Right.
Previous to this, a tree was about as heavy on our server as a player, if you can believe that. So now we just went back. It was an optimization. When he first got it in, there was a little blip. Like you could see that moment when you first start harvesting it, where it flipped from being a light object to a heavy object. Now you don't even see that. So literally now, you unless there's a bug, you can't really tell a difference. And that took us a very senior engineer offline for a couple weeks.
Right, and that you have to do hundreds of changes like that.
Thousands of things like that.
And that's the problem is there's all these little things that you don't know about that end up eating a lot of the time. I mean, we could just make powers all day, but that's not actually going to get us running performance.
Right.
We need a lot of the standard server stuff. Anyways, how do you expect players to jump in the game now with so many complex systems? I've followed the game for 2+ years, and now I'm pretty lost.
How do they jump into the game?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I will say this, is that our game is going to be more of a hardcore experience. It's a game for gamers. I mean, it's not going to be a casual mobile like ramp up. So we do have the new user experience, the tutorial or however you arrange your new user experience, to me that should be the last thing you work on, because what happens is if you wire it up beforehand, anytime anything in the game changes, which in the state we're in right now, everything changes all the time, your tutorial or your new user experience breaks. That's just the way it always is. So I inevitably put that to the end of the project. But that said, this is going to be a min-maxers game to a large degree. It's going to be, it's going to be a harder core experience. We're not making a game that's going to be super casual. So.
If you look at the discipline system, I don't think that it reads anyway as a hardcore game. No. You're going to have to make a lot of hard choices. And now there's 35 different major disciplines.
But you also, guys, this is another philosophical thing, is we have no, belief or even goal to go out and sell a couple million units at the beginning of at our launch. That's not even something that we talk about. Our goal all along has been, we want to build a game for a particular type of player that has been wanting this kind of game really since Shadowbane days. We're going to make it great for them, and we hope that if we do that, they will stick with us for a decade. That's our win condition as a company. Always has been.
Yeah. Get 5 million players.
I don't even want that. I don't want 1 million people showing up and then in the 1 month later, 800,000 of them are gone. I'd rather get to the same number, 200,000, but do it slowly over a 1 year, right? It's just organically growing and building. That's a better model for us.
And generally, I've been using kind of Gordon as the thermometer for the new stuff to see if he can understand it. But I couldn't get him to block for almost a year. Right? So if Gordon can understand it, we've kind of we're at least in the ballpark. I can do, let's see, we've been about
So
15
somebody
minutes.
said is the game only a min-max game? That's not what was billed. No, I mean, I'm not saying that the game is only going to be for min-maxers, but I'm going to say that the game is going to not be super casual. I think that there's a balancing point in there. So, and that the game will have depth there for the min-maxers who want it. So I'm not saying that if you get into the game and you're not the type of player who uses Excel to plot out everything, you're going to hate it. I mean, we do want a nice spread. I just don't want to try and sell the game as, hey, this is going to be super casual. It's not. It's not the game that we're building.
It also requires friends.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think that there will be a role for solo play style, but effectively it is a connected experience. If
Yeah.
not friends, then connections to other players, right? I need people that are supplying me with resources so that I can craft. I need to sell my crafted goods to other players.
I think it goes back to some of the things we said early on, which is no one is an island unto themselves.
Right.
Right.
That's just not the kind of game that we're making, you know. And that is what you've seen in MMOs over the course of the last, really since WoW, is a move towards more and more siloed experiences.
Yes, everyone has every trade skill. Everyone has every
And
harvesting profession.
remove any time when I need other people or I need to interact with other people. That's been the general trend. And we are throwing the pendulum back in the other direction.
Yep, I go to the auction house. I don't need to go looking for vendors and shops and things like that, right? I mean, so again, that is what we're building, and that's what we're walking into. That's what we're trying to build.
Okay, so here's a question real quick. Any info on how our players can obtain land parcels, houses, and the to-be implemented crafting stations? So yes, the build that we snap tested last night actually had parcel building recipes and architecture, house building. Just houses or other buildings too?
I think it was just the 3 houses.
Okay, but yeah, so we've started to put those recipes in. So some players for their EKs will decide to get them as part of a package or whatever, but you don't have to do that now. You can go into the game and you can build them directly with recipes.
Yep, and somebody brings up the multi-boxing issue there, and somebody else responds with, playing 2 characters in this game is pretty much impossible from a gameplay standpoint. We don't have follow. You can't follow. Combat requires you to aim.
Right.
Right. It's not as simple as tab targeting, assisting the leader, and all lighting up a character.
Yeah. Now, if I did want a multi-box with one character back in my home crafting while I've got another character that I'm actually playing out of the world, yeah, we can't stop that. I mean, that's so we don't spend a lot of time trying to engineer around it because we can't stop it. I mean, literally, that's just nothing we can do about it. So, okay, I guess it'll happen. It happens in every other game. We can't do. We aren't going to be able to solve problems that other games with 100 times our budget weren't able to solve.
Sure.
So,
hey, Ziz is in there and brings up a point. No one's an island, but a lot of people play solo. Don't have guilds supplying them, so the game systems need to support that.
Yep.
Yep.
I agree with that.
We agree with that. I mean, you're part of the supply chain, right? The idea isn't that you're not part of something. The idea is that you aren't the entire chain.
Right.
Right. The idea is that you're a piece of the chain, and you have to bump heads with other people and interact.
Well, we're building a world, right? That's it. We're not building a single player game. We're building a world, and we want you to interact with the world, and that world is filled with other players. And that doesn't have to be. So it's Raph refers to this as light touch.
Yeah.
Right. Light touch social connections. So it may not be that, you know, Bob and I are really, really good friends or guild mates and we go out adventuring together all the time. But Bob comes by my store to buy longswords once every 3 or 4 weeks. And I kind of know who he is. And it does build up, I build up kind of this web or network of light touch people that make the world seem like an actual real living, breathing place. And I think that's important. Again, it's kind of been lost largely, right?
Yeah, yes. And you're talking about the map station where everyone goes to update their maps.
Yeah.
It's light touch there. I see Todd there 2 days in a row. Howdy. Right? I mean, it just that I say hi to somebody else.
And it's a familiar face.
It's just like, oh, hey, I recognize him because I thought he had a really cool looking whatever.
Yeah.
Could have been a hat, could have been whatever. I just said howdy because I saw him, and he may have said howdy back.
So we talk about this internally as what we build. You know, we build community-based games, right? So initially, the game is the venue, like a bar, right? The game is the thing that brings people in, but what keeps them around long term is the social connections. Being part of the community is why I come back and I continue playing. Sorry, I was looking. I got caught by another question. I thought somebody said something about. We already talked about Stalker.
Okay, people are still asking about it in the chat.
Have they touched on crafting disciplines? So we did not implement a bunch of crafting disciplines, and we didn't implement a bunch of harvesting disciplines. The harvesting passives are the intro to what kinds of things can we do
Right.
to make harvesting
And
more interesting.
replace the potions. So the harvesting test potions that we had in are now dead.
Yep.
Those are gone, and they're not coming back, right?
Yep.
Okay. So talk about how those passives work.
So those are designed to help people who are coming into the game and have 0 skills. Let's say you come in and you have no skills. So you can load out the mining passive, and that will get you to plethora of harvesting 3, which gets you out of the kind of the dregs of, damn it, I use dregs, which is a place, as dregs as a quality, out of the basement, so to speak, of the quality levels. It won't get you above 3, but it costs you a passive slot. So you've given up something to harvest a little better, and that will help you get good enough stuff if you go out harvesting for that one particular type. So I'm going to try experimenting with these in all of the profession styles, and it's basically a way to leg up for the newer characters coming in.
So this is Durnthal just pointed out, but there are some potions in there still. There are still some potions in there.
Yeah, the criticals.
The ones that we pulled out specifically were the test potions that were never intended to be there long term.
There's still like the testing critical ones in there,
okay,
and the crafting ones. Those are going to make their way out as soon as I come up with passives to replace them.
Okay. And Zrathor just brought up a really good point, which was yesterday's test server. You had rank 10 nodes, but everybody was wiped, so there was literally you couldn't harvest them. So we put in some nodes into the next test that are ranked 4 or 5. So
yeah, so you should be able to
build your way up the chain.
Yeah, if you can get to 40 or 50 mining skill, you should be able to get some of those 10 nodes. We built a test map, and new characters with rank 10 nodes should never be a thing that happens. That's just us getting over enthusiastic about putting good stuff in the map to get people to go play out there.
So are any of the newly announced systems going to be in tomorrow's test build? So the disciplines are all in. There are dozens and dozens and dozens of disciplines. I think there's like, under the covers, there's over 100.
Yep.
I think exposed to the players, there's like 89 or something like that in the build right now.
Yep.
And I'm trying to think of what else. So there's a ton of stuff that went in. Passives went in. You can go in now with hit K to bring up the power window, and you can actually change your loadout, change your passives. PvP flag is now turned on. You can set that on for your EK. You can make your EKs public and private. In fact, I think that the build is up right now with EKs. So if you wanted to get in and check that out, you could do it actually right now.
I know people were testing out combat in their EKs because I saw some people reporting that they bugs from that.
So there's the patch list for this build was actually enormous. Oh, and a bunch of the lighting changes, right? So the new lighting system did go in. The weather isn't in, the day-night cycle isn't in, but the lighting changes, baseline lighting changes are in. So you'll be able to log in and see that, and it looks significantly better.
You mentioned that lore is a primary reason for the race class combos. How much of a consideration are roles such as tank, DPS support, and game balance? Will you be constantly balancing to account for an emerging game meta? That last part, obviously, right? However, there's enough variables now that the meta is just going to shift nonstop no matter what we do. Right? I mean, there's just so many things. People will start building anti-confessor builds, and confessors will find their way out. People will start building whatever the new thing is. There's so many angles. It's not just as simple as AB or rock paper scissors. Is a better way to look at that.
Okay, so do we have an idea when you'll get improved discipline permanence, i.e. not lose them on death? So there were 2 bugs yesterday.
Yep.
One was I could put a discipline on my guy, load out some powers, replace that discipline, and keep the old powers.
Yep.
That obviously was a showstopper, and we fixed that already.
Yep.
What about the losing them on death?
That was fixed as well.
Fixed as well. So yes, I have an idea when that's going to be fixed. It's already fixed.
Already fixed the next build.
Next build. So. So let's see. Loadouts reset on death and log out. Will that be fixed this weekend? I think it is. So we'll test it internally, and we may have another snap test coming, and you guys will be able to see it as well.
And if we are fixing these as fast as possible.
Yeah, actually, so part of the problem that we've had now internally is we had all these different strike teams working on different things, and now just getting them all packaged up and out to you guys to test has become problematic. Like it's hard for us to get enough stuff into one build without breaking the build completely. So so we've got a ton of stuff coming, and we've still that you haven't seen. It's a pretty exciting time. A lot of the seeds that we planted at the end of last year, or even last fall, are just now starting to really sprout.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like Greg's starting to assemble for the next one. And when are you going to fix trees? As a player who has no skill in harvest, I'm able to take down rank 10 trees without a good quality axe. That is a bug, and I've been trying to track down what is causing that. I will nail it at one of these points. Will we be able to stack disciplines? For example, to finish him minor disciplines. The answer to that is no. You will not be able to stack disciplines of the same type that are power related. If a discipline has stats, however, the stats do stack. So if you're getting plus 10 range increase from multiple disciplines, those will stack. However, if it relies on a passive, we do not give you the second or third passive for loading it out. I remember you earlier mentioned the werewolf discipline. Are were creatures still a plan for disciplines? Todd?
I want to have transformed polymorph disciplines. I always thought that was one of the things in Shadowmane that was really cool. So those are a little bit heavier in terms of cost because we actually have to build out that creature and then give it enough powers to make it worthwhile, whether it's intended to give you better movement or be combat form or whatever. But yes, I do want to have polymorph disciplines. I think they're pretty cool.
I do as well. I'm a big fan of the form changes. They're a lot of fun. If you do them right, there are ways to not do them right, and I've seen that before. Sorry, Greg.
It's all good.
How many combat disciplines are left to develop so the development on exploration and crafting disciplines can start?
How many combat disciplines are left to be done?
Yeah.
We don't know is
Yeah.
the honest answer. We're going to just kind of keep making them up as we come up with good ideas. And at some point we'll call it, right? At some point we have to lock it down and say this will be in for launch. But then after that, we'll go back and add more. And I think the other thing to keep in mind is that this opens up the ability for us to add more race and classes, more races and classes after launch as well. So
Well,
it's an MMO. As long as you guys keep playing and we can stay in business, we'll keep adding to it forever.
Yeah, and I think like specific examples to that is there's a piece of tech I wanted, which was totem tech, the ability to drop an object, and it does a little pulsing power thing that could go for a shaman,
Right.
major discipline, or
Similar to the archer stakes.
yes,
that the
similar to
Ranger
archers,
has?
except players can destroy them.
Oh, okay.
Right, that makes it more balanced. So as we think of these fun things that fit a very thematic package, we will keep implementing them.
Hey everybody, I am Greg, one of the effects artists here. The other effects artist is Aislinn, and we've been working like nonstop on these discipline effects for like the last 3-4 months. I think pretty much since we finished the Templar, and it's like 6 or 7 archetypes worth of powers in here. So I'm just gonna briefly go through some of these, and I'm gonna be showing a lot of effects off today. And if there's anything on here that you'd like to see that we have actually finished, I'd love to pull that up and talk about it. A lot of the discipline specific questions are going to be answered during the discipline segment at 2 p.m. with Blair and Hallish. So I'm just going to go through a lot of these masters, the majors, and some of the minors. Something we've done different with the disciplines is to have a base effect, so you kind of know what kind of power it is from the start, while still remaining unique. And what I mean by that is the effect all barrier effects and mitigations will have this base barrier starting, and it'll follow up with a unique effect up here. And an example of that, let's see, a barrier effect. Not this one. Here we go. Okay, so this is an example. This is a slashing mitigation power, and it has a spinning weapons, but we're gonna have it start with this barrier here. And once Max has CSR commands up, I can show you what that looks like all together. once you equip that and you go to your powers window, some new powers will show up here. So Whirling Leap was the last power, which was the Knight's ultimate ability. And then we have Critical Hack, Restoration Strike, and Iron Skin. So I'm just going to drag these down to the bar and replace those first few powers. I'm going to run over to these zombies. Okay, so we're playing with a few different weapon trails on here. To stand out from like the Knight basics, these are going to be shared across many archetypes, and Master of Swords specifically is going to be for Assassins, Knights, Legionnaires, Rangers, and Templars. So we spent a lot of time kind of figuring out what those combinations are going to be and how those trails should differ from those 5 base archetypes listed here. Oh, by the way, if I'm on this small screen, which I'm going to have to go to back and forth, just let me know and I'll try to toggle to the larger screen so you guys aren't reading the smallest text. Okay, so Master of Swords gives you these 3 powers: Critical Hack, Attack, Increased Critical Hit Chance, Restoration Strike, which will restore your resource on hit, and Iron Skin, which is that slashing mitigation I was showing you. So together, we created effects. We're kind of developing this language, so even if you're not familiar with that discipline power, which for a while you're not going to be because there are just so many of them, you'll be able to tell, hey, that effect had a blue barrier. That's some sort of mitigation, and we're hoping that when something like this comes up, you can immediately recognize that it is slashing mitigation. And here on the second strike, you'll see that is a resource gain. And then this first one just has a critical hit chance. And then I'll have larger hit slashes based on whether you crit or not. I'm going to show off that mitigation one more time. I showed the 2 pieces here in Popcorn. The barrier base, and then the physical mitigations. And this one is a cool one too because we can swap out these sprites to have different weapons, like a mace for crushing. We have things for magic in there. There were definitely some fun challenges with having this many powers. Once Blair handed this off to us, we were like, there has to be more of a language than what we were doing with the archetypes, which was what is this archetype about? What are their base traits? Lore-wise, what do they do? And from there, we were choosing colors and how we wanted those effects to feel. And now that disciplines and even the archetypes across races opens up completely, we needed new languages in place. So what was I in here for? Oh, I was just showing off when Blair handed this to us, we just had so much to swallow. Okay, so here, one more time, the physical mitigation with the barrier base. And we have 2 other bases. We're going to be coming out with potentially 1 or 2 more of these bases for buffs and debuffs. But right now we have barriers and mitigations. We have cleanses. So anything that heals or cleanses will play this base barrier, base cleanse effect. And then we also have one for damage and attacks. So our debuff one will include most CCs. If it's a heavy damage attack and has a small bleed, it may not be in the debuff or CC category. That may fall. It depends. It depends which stats are really taking priority. But this will help you recognize what kind of power you're using or someone on the battlefield is using. So Cecil made this cool damage effect. All right, so I'm just going to jump into some more of these powers. So that was Master of Swords. Let's see what else we got here that was pretty cool. Most of the masters we're done with, and we're we're working our way through the majors. A few weeks ago, I was working on Shield Fighter, which was part of the which was that Shield Fighter discipline? Yeah, I was working on Illusionary Shield on stream. Cool. So now that Maces is equipped, we have Skullcracker. Strike an enemy with your mace for 68 to 92 plus 80% weapon damage. So I'll just equip these 3 new mace powers. I should not be able to use them until I equip a mace. That is Skullcracker. That is Reverberating Blow. What is the effect of that power? Afflict an enemy with an aura, causing other nearby enemies to suffer more damage. And then Will of the Stoneborn. This is the crushing damage mitigation I was talking about. We haven't created effects for Nova yet, but we have Piercing Orb and Mana Shield. But Piercing Orb, conjure a slow-moving, doom-filled projectile. I had fire in there. I didn't have doom.
It's doom-filled.
Shit. I think that tooltip was updated afterwards.
Doom, man, that's awesome.
That passes through enemies to damage them repeatedly for damage, piercing weapon damage. And then Mana Shield. Surround yourself with a protective barrier that drains your mana as it prevents damage, as well as increasing your damage bonus by 5% for 15 seconds. And all of these values are subject to change, so don't hold me against any of it. Okay, so CSR again. I forgot focus powers need focus objects.
Alright, dog, it's coming back this time. Go for it.
Alright. This is going to happen a lot. That smells good, Gibson. What you eating? Just flat out ignore me. It's fine.
There we go.
Oh yeah, I'm done. Okay. So here is Focus Orb. Charges up and releases this slow-moving orb.
Dude, that is awesome.
I just now heard your comment.
Oh, because you have headphones on. I thought you were just
I'm
ignoring
listening
me.
to you in the past.
Oh, okay.
This is really freaking good.
What is it?
Some kind of
You know what that reminds me of is
fried shrimp.
Symmetra's charged orb in Overwatch.
Yeah, no inspiration. I love
What a coincidence!
I've
I've never played that game
I love
before.
Symmetra's orb. You just pop your shield up and then throw the orb behind it. Yeah, so right now we have projectiles coming from the chest, but in the near future, this will be coming from our hand where the orb is being generated. But this is a fun one. And then there's Mana Shield. Same barrier base. This one probably needs... actually, I think I decided to leave the damage one out of this because this was a channel. And all those base effects are instants. Yeah, okay. So that is no CSR. We're fine. I'm gonna destroy Master of Focus. I'm gonna throw on Master of Arcane. Aislinn worked on this one. Oh, and I think Firewall is already different than it is here. She was working. She made some changes to it yesterday. I gotta remember to show off some of the passives here. These are passives that live in the major master and major disciplines, not necessarily the minor passives. So, as Blair's mentioned, like each master and major will have like 2 or 3 active powers, and then also potentially 1 or 2 passives, which are different from your minors, which are all passive abilities. Okay, so this was her Firewall. I think we ended up removing that box projection, box mesh. And then I need to fill up my superpower bar here. If you see on the number 2 icon, I have a yellow bar. And once that is full, I can use Redemption. Rapidly throw up to 10 fireballs in a row for 40% weapon damage, scaling up to more damage based on enemy sin. and Firewall was a summon a Raging Inferno to slow and damage any enemies for bonus fire damage.
You're getting me so hyped to play my Confessor.
Oh yeah, this Redemption's pretty awesome. In the dock, let me see if it's still in here. Blair's.
You don't have audio, right?
What?
So I've got sound effects and all that stuff. But you don't have audio.
No. I think I have it muted.
You turn up your speakers.
Let me see. I may just have the editor muted. No, it's not muted. Should be hearing him. Actually, let me check. I may have muted Unity. Nope. All right, so let me build this redemption bar. NPCs are dying here. John Pollard got me these cool archetype dummies, so I could just beat on the Ganetian. I don't hate Ganetians.
I know there's a lot of racism that goes on in the playtest regarding Ganetians. They really don't like those guys. I think it's the burrowing.
The problem, they're hard to see without even burrowing.
That's
like
true.
when they're sprinting, when they're on all fours, they hide pretty well in the grass.
Now, my favorite part of the environment video that we put out was the when it shows the Ganetians mining the copper node, and then the Ganetian jumps up on top and shoots the camera.
Fires his flintlock. Yeah, that was awesome. Dog did a really good job on those animations. John was working on the environments. Those videos came out really awesome.
They did.
Okay, so this is Redemption. I'm only going to do it once because I'm not charging that bar again. So, oh yeah, let me see what Blair... I mean, I know what he put in here. Redemption, E-Honda hand attack using Zealotry. Okay, not supercharge, it's Zealotry. So E-Honda fire attack. He's doing an awesome job on that one. All right, and that's it, because I'm not charging that up again. All right.
Just put this in a
Okay, so mystical staves, let's see.
Okay.
We have grasping roots, which will command nature to envelop enemies in a targeted area, rooting them in place and inflicting bonus nature weapon damage. Soothing winds heals a targeted ally instantly and then jumps to a nearby ally. Each player healed will heal every second for an additional 15 seconds. Soothing winds will jump to as many as 5 with healing reduced. And then stars align. These have to be on the right tray. This one may not. Yeah, that one's not actually properly set up. So I'm going to switch to my damage tray. You're not going to see Soothing Winds, but I'll show off Grasping Root and Stars Align. And that effect is just going to stay on my feet because it's not properly set up. Ugh. Okay, so right now I'm just trying to fill up my essence bar.
Let's go into your scratch folder, Max.
And we will get Grasping Roots. And she lays out her roots sometimes. Let's see. Can I show off the other one in here? In Popcorn? No, it's broken up into pieces. A lot of effects that we build, we have to break into pieces to either attach to different body parts. This one goes on as long as Soothing Winds is being channeled, and then we have something in here that's pulsing. This is actually on the target. So we have this heal, and then in the middle of that wind tunnel, we have these soothing streams pulsing in between. Don't die on me. There we go. So yeah, it's hard to see there. That one has to be set up in Unity, but let's do Stars Align. And that one invokes Forces of Death, increasing your damage bonus and reducing weapon resource costs for 20 seconds. That was a fun one to work on. 12:30. I'm probably gonna move on to majors. Spending a little too much time on the masters here, but there's just so much to show. There's no way I could show this off even in 2 or 3 hours.
There's a lot.
Yeah,
There's a lot.
There are a lot that we've done, and we still have a lot to go. I know a lot of these, or some of these, are going to be coming on with placeholder effects, and they'll just be coming online over the next few weeks.
So speaking of ones we haven't done, Durenthal asks, can we show any that are not active in testing currently? Like, do you have any that are FX that the design data isn't hooked up for yet, or the animations aren't ready for, that we can kind of tease a little bit?
Yeah. So the other day I was working on Grabthar's hammer.
Right. Grabthar's hammer.
And this one is not hooked up in game yet. This impact will probably have to be a little larger once I get it in game. So like this one is totally not hooked up in game yet. And this was a fun one to do. Let's see if I have the other half of it. So that Grabthar's hammer is going to be a 2-part combo where the first one does damage. The hammer comes up. Really cool animation, if you saw that. And then
Make sure it's
the second part of the combo is the stun. And a lot of our CCs are on the second parts of combos instead of having that wait time.
yeah.
Let's see. And then we have the hammer rising up here. Again, another one I had to split up because they're going to be 2 different powers. Where is that hammer? I think I have it disabled. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so once this is in Unity, I have to go in there and I have to add lights because I want the light of this effect also affecting the environment. Even though these effects seem very lit, they're just sprite cards and they're not actually lighting the environment. A lot of effects we have to go in there and add lights so that you'll see some of that bounce light on the character, the environment, walls, etc., other players. So yeah, that's one. I do want to show off Aislin's Banshee. She did an awesome job on that one. We always like overthink the process. Not the process, but like as things are changing. So this wasn't like an overnight thing. Like, hey, Todd woke up one day, which I'm sure he did, and was like, "We're doing races and archetypes. Like, we can finally do this." But along that road, things were changing. Like, the final layout you see between races and archetypes wasn't always what it was, and during those steps, we're already trying to compensate for like what we're gonna do, and like in the end it ended up being less work than we anticipated. I don't know if any of that made sense, but I think, and effects too, like adding disciplines was it was a lot. Like, these are the first effects that are going to be shared across archetypes, so like a lot of things have to be scaled, including hit effects. Like something that appears on the Myrmidon is going to have to also scale down so it doesn't look ridiculously huge on the Ganetian. And that was a hurdle for us. Once races and archetypes came out, it wasn't, because we already had the tech. Like, the tech is handled the same way, and whether a Knight Templar, a human, not Knight Templar. See, I'm still doing it. It's human Templar. Whether a human Knight or a human Templar has an effect where Knights and Templars can both use that discipline, that effect only has to be created once, like for humans.
Right.
Or like those values only have to be changed once. So the races and archetypes did not add nearly as much as I initially anticipated.
Well, I remember when Todd first told us that we were doing that, I just like looked at the schedule and wanted to cry.
Oh yeah.
It's like we were all like, no, you gotta be kidding me. And then we realized like it's actually not as hard as it seemed, because disciplines were basically that system already, like you said.
Yeah.
So
I was on paternity leave when they decided on this.
yeah, I forgot.
And like I'm dropping by the office like, hey, how's the baby, everybody? I'm like, hey, Melissa, what's going on? And she's like, no.
Oh, archetypes are out.
No, she didn't tell me. She was like, I don't want you to think about work. And meanwhile, I'm like, oh man, like the whole like 2 weeks. Of course, I'm spending time with my kid, but I'm like, like, I have some really good ideas for these disciplines, and I'm going to come back and I'm going to be like, no, not disciplines, the assassin. Like, we were originally going to work on the assassin. We pushed that back so we could work on archetypes and disciplines. I was like all psyched up, like during these 2 weeks. I'm like, I got this idea for this power and this one, and I come back, and Monday morning, 9 o'clock, Melissa's like, so
Gotta break some news to
we
you.
got it was a nice kick in the balls, but it's awesome. Like, obviously, and initially then I thought it was gonna be a lot more work, but it's not. It's not. Like, we've already jumped that hurdle with disciplines, and it's absolutely the best move we can make. Like, as a like,
Totally, yeah.
I'm a developer on this game, but I'm also a player, and like, this is awesome. This opens so many options. Like, why wouldn't I want to be able to do all this? I'm doing a lot of talking and not showing effects here. All right.
We're excited. Long story
I'm
short,
excited.
we're excited, and you know, people keep asking like, how much is this going to delay the game? It's really like not. You know, hopefully,
Yeah.
this is basically on track with our previous schedule, and it makes the game so much more interesting. So,
Yeah, it's saving us time on some things too.
right.
All right, what am I doing here? Banshee. Where is Banshee? Let me.
Is this Ghost
Yeah,
Army?
this,
Is that
I
what it's
want to
called?
show off Aislin's Ghost Army, which was pretty.
Yeah, she nailed this one. It's awesome.
Okay, there we go. I don't have my other shield. That's fine. Okay. So, Ghost Army. Awesome. Probably not going to hear it, right? We'll see. Okay, so Banshee. Banshee is a major discipline. And as you see here, you can equip 2 of them. So, Banshee Whale. Whale in front of you, reducing the movement speed of up to 5 enemies. Haunt up to 3 enemies, reflecting a portion of their attack as nature damage and healing you for 50% of damage taken. And Ghost Army. Call forth a Ghost Army in front of you, dealing a bunch of weapon bonus damage per 5 per wave of the army. 50% damage dealt, return to you as health. I like the drain mechanic on here. Let's see. So I'm going to do, that was Banshee Whale with Haunt. I like that hit effect on there. And then Ghost Army. Ghost Army is awesome. Here we go. So it is a channel, so as long as I hold this, I can really create 25 ghosts. And that is, it's going to hit a lot of targets. Yeah, that was
I love that.
one of
dude.
my favorite effects by Aislinn.
It reminds me immediately of Return of the King.
Yeah. So this is the Illusionist discipline.
Nothing's ever good enough. for
Glamour
me,
weapon. Add a glamour to your weapon, increasing weapon damage. And reveal shadows. Activates shadow sight. You're gonna be able to see anyone in stealth around you. So that is glamour weapon, and then that is gonna reveal anyone who has stealth around you. Another fun one to work on. Let's see what else. I'm super excited to work on Naiad. I think I'm gonna start working on that next week.
On which one? Sorry.
Naiad, which is gonna be water spirits. I can just show this
Ooh.
off. Blair has Fountain of Life, similar to Druid Orb, spews chain healing, destroy self after spewing X number of charges. The X number of charges is awesome, and a lot of a lot of chain heals can be buffed by the Pixie passive. Not Pixie passive. What am I thinking of here? Where the hell is it? Is it Pixie? It's Pixie's passive. So it's a major discipline, but the passive here will let you increase the number of jumps. And Naiad may be affected by that, but definitely like the Druid's Nature's Avatar and other chain heals that we have in here will be affected by Pixie's passive here. So if it used to jump to 2 targets and you equip Pixie's passive, it'll jump to 3. Yeah, and then Naiad has Water Spirits, Healing Tornado, basically hovering, slow-moving projectile, heals allies up to 3 times. But I'm excited to do some water effects. Oh, let me show off Aislin's Bard effects there. They are still undergoing changes. She's actually still working on them, and we're not going to have as many music notes in there, but they are pretty sweet right now. So appreciate them for what they are. So this is Song of Speed, and this is going to give you a movement speed buff. And then we have one for groups damage taken by 15%. I think that's worded weirdly. Do you hear any of them? Sorry, Gibson. Guardian Rhythms increases your group's damage taken by 15%.
I love those music notes.
Hymn of Restoration, Healing, and Verses of Victory. So Bard is going to be more buffs, and then Troubadour will have more damage-based songs. So this is her. Okay, that's nice. I like covered up her effect with this window. So let me show that again. Guardian Rhythms. These powers specifically, anytime Blair gets a piece of tech or like he gets something like really awesome working, he's like super giddy at his chair. He'll just like lean over and be like, "Hey Greg, come over here." And it's awesome. It's awesome working on a team with people who are like so passionate about what they're doing.
Blair has been so excited since Disciplines came online.
Yeah.
Like since he starts to get playing, he gets to play with all this new tech, and like he's just been giddy.
Yeah, he's.
It's cool to see him so upbeat.
We just gave him this giant box of Legos, and then he's like the child who goes up to the parent like, "Hey, check out what I made." But it's cool. It's not like you're just trying to make them feel good.
Right.
So I didn't mean it. All right.
You're saying he's like a talented kid, right?
He's a talented,
you're actually impressed.
Child. Yeah, so these are awesome.
I just put that on my druid in the in an internal playtest yesterday, and it was sick.
These are cool. These are the first toggle effects that we have in game. So you're kind of just toggling these on, then you're seeing the passive buff stay up on the right. And then every number of ticks, every 6 seconds, you're going to see that effect. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
Then you can keep those going.
Yeah.
And each one has a different chord
Yeah.
that I created that connects together. And make a little song.
Gibson made some awesome sound effects for it. He's upset that they're not in Unity right now. So this was a charge up for Shield Fighter, Shield Slam, Pixie Dust. Blanket the targeted area with Pixie Dust, increasing incoming healing for 25% for 25 seconds. And we want shrink to targeted area down to size, reducing damage bonus for 20% for 25 seconds as debuff stacks up to 3 times.
Those have sound effects too.
Gibson want everyone to know those have sound effects too. It's just your voice just pierces through my soul.
Hmm?
What? Nothing. I really like the sound effects you worked on.
You're a donkey.
Okay,
balls.
so Spirit Whip is a pretty cool passive. Melee basic attacks now whip to additional targets within range. Each time the Spirit whips is deals less damage. This is why I'm tripping over words, because we're cleaning this up still. 50% of the first whip and 25% for the second. Okay, so what that means is anytime you hit somebody with a basic melee attack, not melee attacks from powers, but a basic melee attack on anyone who can equip the miner, you're going to see it whip to 2 other targets, doing, it looks like almost half damage, relatively. So yeah, this is hitting 2 other targets. So that is a cool passive. And I'm really interested to see how all of these are going to stack with other disciplines and like what they're going to break, because for us to test literally every combination is impossible, and you guys are gonna find some cool stuff.
Yeah.
It's slightly
cool stuff. Yeah.
It's slightly terrifying.
You're gonna find there's gonna be some brokenness. There's gonna be some wonkiness.
There's gonna be some combination of disciplines that could potentially crash. No, I'm gonna whatever.
Tinnis asked, "What happens if a druid puts Spirit Whip on Spark?"
That's a good question. Yeah, that is considered. It's not melee, Yeah, okay, so it's specifically melee.
Okay.
I was like, that is her basic attack on her damage tree, but it's not melee. And it's specifically for melee attacks, melee basics. So the Confessor would not be able to use it either. And what I imagine the Frostweaver, she's not totally designed yet, but fully designed, I should say. Everyone's roughed out. All right, so for the rest of this, I'll just jump around popcorn and show like some of these other effects in here. Sometimes it's cool seeing like the different pieces. This was the Dryad's Blast of Leaves that Aislinn worked on. Leaves. Her Fire Eater effect was pretty cool too. Whoosh. Let's see, we have a... This is a poison cleanse, so you're going to see this with the cleanse base, that green base I showed at the start, and this will heal poison. And then if you're hit by a poisoner power, it'll be a darker cloud of smoke, and obviously it's not going to have the heal base, so that's going to stand out pretty well. We may actually bring this one like from one color to another instead of just staying green, like maybe green to blue, just so it stands out a bit more from the hit. Again, some of these are polished. Oh, I should show off Aislinn's Runecaster. I think you've seen one of these in, that was a cool rune power. That is Runecaster A01. So Runecaster A01 is Power Rune, Shield, Self Buff, 20% Elemental Mitigations. Power Rune Fortification, Group Buff, plus 800 health, 30 minutes.
That's not supposed to happen. I blame exploit. I blame software.
So that's just a piece of a power. Yeah, because they're...
Did you see it for a second?
Yeah,
So this is her Power Sanctuary. And this is going to Area Field, 20% all mitigations for your faction. Just have like 40 people standing in this little orb. I'm sure it has a number of targets.
Howdy, Blair.
Howdy, Blair. I'm talking about you. Do we have any questions before this ends? We got 4 minutes left, potentially less.
Wabies asked, how many total effects have you created up to this point?
It's over 1,000 now. It's up there. I've been here 2 years. Aislinn's been here almost a year now. Actually, I've been here almost 2 years.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to have a little fun interactive exercise with all of our viewers that showed up.
Oh yeah.
Okay, everybody, what we want to do in this next hour is design a discipline. And Billy is going to make us some art for it. And you can see here's a bunch of the artwork that he did for the current round of disciplines. Hey, what's the one with the guy with the knife in his back?
That one was, I don't remember. There's so many that we did. I have it written down somewhere. The one, let's just call it backstab.
Well, you know which one we could talk about because everyone in the office keeps talking about it. And it's right in the center of the screen, is the 3 jalapenos.
Oh, the 3 shrivel? Wither. No, wither.
Wither.
3 jalapenos.
Right there. I mean,
it's right in the middle. It is, in fact, 3 jalapenos.
I don't understand why it's important that we know or care about like what type of fruit or vegetable it is. The fact that it's withered, it's kind of shrivelly looking. I think that works. Also, later on, if we have like a spicy jalapeno power that like makes you run fast or something, we'll just repurpose it and give it a different frame.
Okay, and if you look over to the right there, we have, like, I really like the Kraken, which is for Dirge Dissonance, which is one of the Troubadour songs.
Yeah, on some of these, and I'll actually show you the production file for a lot more of our powers. Some of these are a lot more basic and iconic, like for instance, this one right here is an elemental. The one I'm pointing at is this one with a lightning bolt. It's an elemental passive. It gives you kind of buffs to a few different kind of elemental powers. And
yep.
So we use like a really generic kind of like lightning bolt. And But for the troubadour ones, especially the ones that have to do with like the gods or something that has like a narrative kind of component,
Yep.
those are the ones that I like to go just a little bit further in and like actually either put a little character or try to get some like dynamic poses in there. There's not a whole lot of them, so those are the ones that I like to kind of spend some style points on. Same thing with the Banshee ones. So we have like Ghost Army right here.
Yep.
And then this one is Haunt, I believe.
Yep.
And you know, those are just they're a little bit more fun to just kind of get some cool, creepy detail in there.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like I said, if anybody is curious,
Look at that screen.
Yeah. So we've been, you know, I'll start at the top corner and kind of work down. So we've been building on this this production file for many months now. Actually, almost a year. And over that time, we've just built so many symbols for the various, you know, previously archetype powers. Now they're more race and class powers. And so what we should do today is maybe give people a bit of a recap of kind of our visual language for the icons, and then let's design a discipline and let's build some powers. All right, cool. So first things first. This is kind of our guide. I don't know if you want to talk about the categories of powers and how we kind of came to them.
Well, I mean, a lot of people very simply know what a buff is, right?
Yeah.
Right? Up triangle, it's a buff. So if you see a power do that, if you actually saw the disciplines probably, what was it, 2 weeks ago? They were all just these symbols. So we knew what they did based on just looking at the symbol, and then Lars and Billy came in and started laying the interesting thematic art on top of these.
Yeah, so the core, if we talk about the order of operations for building a power, first of all, you know, we have to design it and stuff, but visually, you know, what we ask first is, you know, what's the main purpose of this power? Because a lot of powers actually have kind of combination effects, right? But every single one kind of has like a primary purpose, right? Is it an attack? Is it a buff? Is it a debuff? Is it a CC? And that's kind of where we start. So once we figure out what a power is supposed to, like what its leading factor is, that's when we decide on the shape of the framing. So we don't even we don't design the white art at all at that point. We just we figure out what frame makes the most sense, and then we generate that piece of art so we can get it into the project. We assign it to a power, and then that way the design team can actually go and prototype inside the game without basically the UI team slowing everything down, and at kind of our leisure we'll get to the actual art, and that's when we can add cool little narrative details to it.
Click on the menu later so we can get.
Yeah. So going back to this, each type of power has a shape and also a color association.
So yeah, for those who have never really dove into this, we don't randomly just assign pretty art to the powers. We definitely want you to just be able to look at the shape and the color and know exactly what it does. So if you see a downward triangle that's purple, you know that ability is going to be a debuff.
Yeah,
right.
It's specifically it's an effect that you do to someone else that has a negative value, and then the inverse of that is the upward triangle. That is it's usually a self. Sometimes it's for group, but I think we have like the upward pentagon.
You know, we haven't done a lot of group stuff before the disciplines.
Yeah.
So it may be that we need to expand the language coloring a bit, such that it's maybe a blue or whatever. But we can talk about that later.
Yeah, square.
Square definitely means damage.
Yeah, damage, and specifically melee damage. Diamond is damage, but it's range damage. And we wanted it to look like an arrow point, or feel like it's like kind of like this forward-moving thing. Anyways, we don't have to dissect the shape so much, but we went through and created a shape language, and then on top of that, you create a color language. So anything that has an offensive capability is red, you know, to let you know that this is a dangerous attack.
If it's AoE.
If it's AoE, so if it can hit 3 or more targets, the red becomes an orange. So, you know, not only is there kind of like a shape hierarchy, but there's also a color hierarchy. So if you have a melee attack that can hit multiple targets, instead of being red, it becomes orange. If you have a a buff or a debuff or even a CC or group CC that has any healing properties, basically the green tint of the healing trumps everything else.
Yes.
Yeah. So because, you know, in the few cases that you want specifically a healing ability, we want you to know that right away. Okay.
Yeah, and it's great because I've worked on lots of projects, and the icon is just, it tells you nothing, right? It's a pretty piece of art,
Yeah.
and you have to go learn it anyways.
Well, we went down that route. We had really painterly icons, and then we went to something that was a little bit more graphic, but was still illustrative. And then when you shrink these things down, they just lose readability. And it's one thing if, you know, your game only, for instance, in other like competitive games or arena-based games where your character has a really small moveset, that's okay. You can kind of go a little crazier with that because that power becomes branded to that character. Well, in our game, you know, classes and archetypes, and then our classes and races, and then hundreds. I'm talking in the past month we generated over 200 different new power icons. After a while, it becomes inefficient to do them painterly, but even then, even if we had an army of artists making these beautiful paintings, I still think that they would fall short of where our icons are now because, you know, we just get right to the point of the power, you know. Okay, anyhow, so...
that's just a little background.
So what we can do is we can start by... What are we creating? We're going to create a new major discipline?
So, yeah, the audience, what we would like you to do in Twitch chat is let's come up with a cool major discipline to design.
Yeah.
Okay? So, and then we'll make the powers for it, and Billy is going to come up with the art for us.
Yeah, and hopefully if I can't get pressure sensitivity, I'll work around it somehow.
Just push really hard.
As a recap, what we want to do right now is we want to kind of create maybe like conceptually like a new major discipline. I'll see if I could just rough out like a little rune symbol based on that. And then if you see here in this
werewolf.
In this example tooltip here, we have like kind of like this list of powers. Ideally, we can get around to doing those as well. So let's come up with a rune, and then let's come up with some powers.
Yeah.
I did. When we sketch, we sketch a lot, man.
Yeah.
Like, you know, when we come up with these powers, these are really rough and gross. But if you want to see kind of where a lot of these sketches
start. I like them. One with the mask. What was that?
Which one?
This one right here.
This one?
No, the one to the left of that.
This one.
One below it.
This one.
Yes. Where did that one end up going?
Oh, so these are variants of haunt. You know,
oh, okay.
And on these, you see like how I mean, they're really rough because I mean, I take them into Illustrator and I clean them up. But you see, like anything that's symmetrical, I'll render out one half of it so I can tell where my highlights and shadows are. No, I was just riffing on haunt. I did a couple versions of them, and then I kind of ended up on this one because I thought once I laid it out, it made for a really good icon. That's the thing. It's like I don't want to go too far into like illustration territory for these things because they end up pretty small. Anyhow, so on Succubus, a kind of happy accident happened here where she almost looks like she's got these like kind of like giant horns. You think like remember Legend?
Yeah.
Tim Curry style.
Tim Curry.
So it's like she's holding her hands forward. It's really, you know, just a few lines. She's got like her hands forward. You see kind of like that's either a dress or so like hips kind of bowing out, and then horns and like these wings. That's kind of sweet. But we can do something else.
No, okay. Right next to that one.
Yeah.
Draw a thief.
A thief. Okay. So with thieves, let's see. Whenever I think thief, I think one of two things. Either like stealthy sneaking through the shadows or like a coin bag, right? Like they're a pickpocket. So the icon can be something like it's like a stylized little money bag or something. Looks almost like a flame.
So this would be the symbol for the major discipline.
Yeah. That's
the runestone.
Yeah, I would start there just to kind of get a sense of, you know, I mean, really order of operations. The user's going to get the stone, and then it unlocks the powers. So I think most of the runestones ended up being like these little stylized people more than anything else. Like I don't think I used that many like. There's a couple that are like objects, like it was either the troubadour or the bard that had like
Instruments.
the instrument. But then a lot of the other people, like the archer, was like a stylized person holding a bow and arrow.
Blair, is there already an engineer type tune? No, there is in fact not. However, with the discipline tech, I totally want to build something. We can make very strong major disciplines now around a theme using 4-ish powers. And that seems to be kind of the formula that we came out with. All right, Screelings, what do you got for Thief? Oh yeah, Shield Breaker is one of the majors that we definitely put in as part of this, and it is the anti-shield powers. Blair, does stunning interrupt a song? Tinnis, it should. Any of our hard CCs like knockdowns and stuns should. Songs are technically toggle powers. It's some of the new tech we got. It should stop any powers that are toggled to the on state.
If it was Treasure Hunter, I'd make him wearing like a fedora.
Are you just gonna flip him?
Yeah, man.
I saw that coming.
Just for the time being, I just want to see what it ends up looking like. It's kind of dumb looking. Yeah, man.
I like how artists do that. They always like to, man, this sucks. And I'm like, I couldn't draw that if I tried.
Yeah, it just doesn't look like a rune.
Will all those powers have to be
like a blue
retoggled, or do you have to manually re-enable? So, of the toggle types that we put in right now, the one toggle group we have is songs. And if it only, even though you can twist, and I'll show twisting in the next hour when I do disciplines with Mark Hallish, the last one that you played is the current toggled on power. So even though you have 4 buffs on you, because the buffs last anywhere between 12 and 18 seconds based on how long one of your, if you've got the minor, I think it's duration, I can't remember what it's called, but that gives you another 6 seconds of the duration of it. There's still only one that is toggled on that will automatically refresh every 6 seconds.
Make him like an Angry Bird.
Oh, look at
Maybe
that.
the little Angry Bird.
Oh, that's more like a samurai.
Yeah.
And now I see a beacon there.
It's like a Yamato style. Hey, yeah, why don't we have a samurai discipline?
Because people have been giving thief ideas and not samurai ideas.
But it looks like a samurai. Let's tailor the design to the art.
So yeah, this happens. You're like, hey, you know what? Let's just make him a samurai instead of a thief, because Billy couldn't draw it.
Yep. You got that right.
Yeah, we're gonna do tie shoelaces.
All right, so this is like an espionage type.
Yeah, so tie shoelaces. I think what that's gonna do is it's gonna put a debuff on the target.
All right.
And every time they move, they have a chance to be knocked down.
All right. So a debuff being a triangle.
Yep.
Just kind of get that in there. I could do like a dude going, like falling forward. Ah. Like, ah.
Oh, look at that. I see it now.
This is so terrible. No, he looks like Atlas trying to hold something up.
And believe it or not, with the tech that we made for, there's a discipline passive called Take Root, and then there's one of the weapon mastery ones that the Confessor gets. I think it's Tome or Book Mastery, maybe. It has a while standing still component, which is while they're standing still, they regenerate zealotry and mana at an increased rate. And the Take Root one is healers get 20% more healing as long as they're standing still, also 5% defensive. But with that tech, we can now detect when you're standing still or when you're moving, so we could definitely do this. This thing has a chance to fire every time you're moving.
Yeah, so
we could actually build this one. It's kind of funny.
yeah.
And one of the challenges with a discipline like this is it's not all about combat. And the disciplines we're going to be building in the future are a lot of what we call exploration ones that will have, ooh, yeah, I like that, have a new piece of tech assigned to it that is like the scout stuff or the bounty hunter stuff, tracking essentially. And those will probably end up being triggered by a passive that you load out into your passive slots. At Blair, is money still going to be a thing? Ethereal dust is going to end up being the currency, I'm fairly certain. That's why it comes from everything.
They're really wanting to know about Poisoner, and Tennis was wanting to see some stuff about the Bard songs.
Okay, so Poisoner, what was...
They would like to know if the poison food part of it...
The poison food?
All right.
Okay.
They said that right now I'm imagining that I'll never accept food from my friends because shenanigans are never ending.
It depends on who your friends are. They're like, hey, that's a good muffin. Come on, trust me.
It's a good muffin. So that one is, the intent of that one is that you can poison food, and you can, probably in conjunction with the pickpocket one that we designed in the last hour segment, you can put that in their inventory. When they eat it, this is how every power in the game works, is this tool that we're in right here. So we would create something like this that would do something. It would be a dot. It would take away all your food because you got sick or something like that.
Yeah.
When I say all your food, I'm talking about, of course, the chicken ticker right here. We could just say, oh, minus all of your chicken ticker because you just ate poison food. There's a lot of things we could do with that one.
Yeah, that one is, again, that's one we don't have tech for, which is why it's not a game right now.
Right.
But there's a lot of different cool things we can do with that. We just haven't.
Yeah. So for a lot of the disciplines, there was a piece of tech or two that was missing, and we didn't want to just shut you guys down from testing that discipline because of one missing power, which is why. Did Nova make the build?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know if it's in the build. I mean, obviously, I know it's done. To be honest, I'm not sure.
Okay, so some of them were missing
fast,
one.
so.
Yeah, some of them were missing one, and their pieces will come online. So what was the question?
So Tennis was wondering if you could use songs while you're stealthed, and what the range is like on the Bard songs.
Right now, well, so let's talk about. Or what were you gonna say, Mark?
Well, I was just basically going to point out currently the rules for stealth, right? So the rules that we sort of have set up for stealth right now say that if you cause damage, that will kick you out of stealth. If you enter combat, that will kick you out of stealth. So in a lot of cases, just the fact that it's an offensive, like for example the shouts and a dirges and stuff like that, will just kick you out of stealth because you're doing damage. When it comes to buffs and stuff like that. That is a different question, and right now you would sort of be limited with what we let you load out in stealth.
Yeah.
So
that is a great limiter. So, for example, Bard songs, I don't think they can be loaded out into the stealth tray. Oh, they're set to anyone, so yes, they would.
You probably could right now.
So probably could right now. We'll probably start clamping.
Well, wait
down.
a minute. No, we'll have to see.
I think anyone has the stealth tray in it.
Okay, we might have to change that.
Yeah.
If we don't want people singing in stealth, that's not very stealthy.
Yeah,
so, does it come from?
And to answer the second part of the question, the range is 75 meters right now, so that it's awfully big.
That is bigger than our other group DMs.
But
bigger than big.
Yeah, it will end up somewhere between 50 and 75. Yeah. Okay. So Bard is one of my weekend love children. It only exists because I was working on these guys over the course of several weekends. It is.
It's pretty cool.
It's a lot of fun. I hope you guys find it fun. And let's look at this. So, let me load this sucker out. Okay, so there are. Hey, look at that! Excel stopped working.
Bye, Excel. Bye now.
What? Why? I was trying to type something up in Word and it kept crashing too. I have no clue what's up with Word today.
Internet. What?
No. I grabbed you. Okay, so if you look at each of these, there is a Type 1 song, a Type 2 song, a Type 3 song, and a Type 4 song. There are 3 minor Bard disciplines that I just kind of had a lot of fun making this, since I was just making it on the weekend and just having fun. I just tested a lot of things. Twisting. I will explain how twisting works, and I will load this out. Okay, so there are 4 types of song. There's a speed song. There's a damage reduction buff. There's a healing, but it heals through regens rather than flat out healing people. And there is an attack power, support power buff. Each of these songs has a basic version and an empowered version. To trigger the empowered version, you have to use the song twisting passive, which comes from the miner. And once you have met the requirements, which is you have played all 4 songs within 6 seconds, it activates a buff. That means the next song that you play will be the empowered version. So I'm going to do that here with, I'm playing the movement song right there. Now I'll play that song. I will play the 3rd song and the 4th song. So now that will trigger pure voice, which means the next song that I play will be the empowered version. So in this case, instead of Song of Speed, you see D. Orion's Accelerando, which is the empowered version. You also notice the effect is a little fancier. So Aislinn, one of our effects artists, made all of the Bard song particles. She went through and made a special version for every one of the empowered ones. Since, was that Excel again?
Yeah, it's like, I'm not done crashing yet.
It's like, I gotta crash. I'm not done crashing yet. Close you. Why? Why, Word? Oh, now you're gonna get in front of my screen too? Anyways. So as long as I don't get stunned or start another song, I'm gonna stay in the empowered version because I got the empowered version going. Now, the gameplay around this is it is possible to get all 4 of the empowereds up in combat if you know how to twist. Now, it is kind of a challenge at the 12 seconds. There's another miner that increases the song duration by 6 seconds, which does make it possible for those who are not so good at playing rhythm games. But in this case, so I'm going to wait till it to tick again, and then now I'm going to start singing 6, 7, 8, and then now I'm going to go back to 5 to refresh it. Oh no, it's going to trigger my pure voice. So crap. 6, 7, 8. I may lose the, it's a really tight window. Maybe if I go 6. So if you can imagine doing this while running, you are going to be in for a very challenging game session. But the Bard is mainly a support guy. So what I've got going here is, did I get Ode to Cain up?
Yeah, you had it there.
Okay, so I should get pure voice here again on this one. Yeah, I don't know if I can keep up Ode to Cain at the same time. I have Gaia's Chorus, which is the empowered version of the hymn. Pure voice again. Oh, should I? So again, the rhythm game is definitely challenging. I'm used to doing it on 1, 2, 3, 4. You guys will figure it out. But basically the idea is we put in a lot of cool, fun little things for you guys to find, new things to master. This is far easier if you are only doing 1 or 2. But again, if just the healing and the speed one are enough for you in combat, then that's enough for you in combat, right? But if you want to take the twisting one,
if you're really cool,
if you're a really cool kid. Now, one of the things I also did was Troubadour is the offensive version of the Bard songs, and you'll notice the Troubadour songs also have a type 1, 2, 3, and 4. They will substitute for the type 1, 2, 3, or 4 from the Bard songs in the twisting mechanic. So if you really don't like, if you don't like the heal song, because heals are terrible.
Who doesn't like healing?
You can substitute it with Dirge, which is the AoE point blank damage song. And that would substitute for the type 3 song requirements of the twisting mechanic. So you guys will figure it out. You'll come up with stuff. You will. I'm sure you will master it far better than us. I really like the enhanced particles that she did for that. That's definitely more
beautiful.
Yeah, you will automatically, again, once a song is active, it's now considered toggled on, and it's going to refresh every 6 seconds until you stop it or until you get CC'd. I imagine most folks will run around with this with the speed song. And there is going to be a couple bugs with the speed song. As part of the race class split stuff that we're doing on the back end, we'll clean up the movement code a little bit to make it so that's not a problem in the future. But for now, going into combat, we'll definitely cancel it, and that's just a side effect of the way things are.
Yeah.
I mean, we couldn't fix everything in the last
Harden
couple
our
weeks.
dust kind of thing.
Yeah. So please excuse us. Any questions?
Did you Did you answer the question about what's the movement speed differences between the speed song and the improved speed song?
Right now, the speed song is 35%, and the improved speed song is 45%. So you get another 10%. In fact, I can demo that. So I've just got Trailblazer going here. Hello. Okay, that's normal speed song. Let me start a twist so I can get to the empowered. Pure voice is going. So now I've got Dorion's, and this is the out of combat speed. So again, that 35% and that 45% are out of combat speeds. In combat, I think it's 10% and 15%. So it's nowhere near as significant in combat. And if that becomes a problem in combat, we'll definitely hit it with ye old the friendly Nerf bat.
The friendly Nerf bat.
Yes. Yes. Any other questions?
Are songs? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Are songs group only or faction?
Songs are group only. We generally, so there's a bunch of heals that we made that do go for the faction in this one.
Yeah, mainly the targeted stuff.
Yeah.
Like the directly targeted stuff would be faction, but
or naiads, like her ground targeting one.
But generally, yeah, the just indiscriminate AoE stuff is probably just going to be group, just to keep things on the up and up.
So Don DeGora was hoping that you could talk about what your plans were for the illusionist disciplines and kind of what the theming is as far as the skills that you made for it.
Illusionist, huh? Well, let's go look at our friend Excel if it doesn't crash on us. I don't know why. Why? Okay. So illusionist, this was one of the last ones we did. Okay, so illusionist gives you a bunch of buffs. So it increases weapon damage by 10%. It activates anti-stealth. So prior to this, stealth was just a passive that everybody had running where you could see stealth people if they breached your area. We've made it an active thing now, so if there's stealthers in the area, they could be messing with you, and unless you have a way to reveal them, you're either going to have to pop them out with an AoE damage, or they're going to get the first move on you. Or if you have the updated Ranger or one of these powers, then you can look around and try and pop them out. That's what one of these powers does.
Yeah, and there's a number of different, couple different disciplines give you anti-stealth stat.
It also gives you Finery plus 2% damage bonus, healing bonus for each equipped piece of armor, epic or above. That is a nice bribe that says, hey, you're going to want to wear good armor into combat and not try and take the low-end route and just wear garbage into combat, because we're going to reward you even more for wearing good stuff into combat. And that's just a personal passive. But things like Reveal Shadows, I think this is an interesting design philosophy that we had on some of this stuff, which is we need one person in the group to have this. And, you know, I've seen this on the forums, too. People are like, hey, I'm just going to swap this out whenever I see a Confessor, and Confessors are a dead class.
Yeah, right.
Which is not going to happen. Maybe one person will roll with those, so you have... Somebody needs to be a bard. Right. Not everybody needs to be a bard.
Right. Yeah.
Right?
I mean, if everybody decides to take Firewalker, for example, because they hate Confessors, well, all right, everybody uses maces then. I mean, it's there's a lot of eggs in that basket.
And
right?
you're sacrificing one of your two very significant subclasses to just counter one class.
Right. I mean, everybody takes Firewalker, and you get to the battlefield, and it's Ganetian Day. Right. It's like there's not a single fire user in sight. Well, guess what? You're going to do not win.
Yeah.
Not win is going to.
I think the the smarter groups will plan a lot of these around, hey, somebody should take Runecaster because we want that AoE shield going down. Somebody should take Friar. Somebody should take, I'm just looking at the examples here, Shield Breaker, just in case there's a lot of knights on the other team.
Sure, and for a lot of these too, there's a couple different choices, right? Well, or at least eventually we want to have a few different choices. There's not like, well, you have to have X, Y, or Z. You know, a couple different choices. Like for example, I want to say, what is it? The holy. What am I talking about here? The one with Graptar's hammer. That one also has some like for example, that one has some anti-fire in it. Right, so it's like you know if you hate fire users, well, there's also you don't have to go full anti-fire.
Oh yeah, that's Sons of Warvan.
Sure, you could take that for example, or for example, if you don't want, well, I don't like illusionist. Well, there's for my anti-stealth, there's actually a few other different disciplines that have anti-stealth in them. Like there's Mole Hunter, which is that's all just anti-stealth, but there's also I know there's at least one or two others that actually have some anti-stealth in it. So we want to try to give you as many choices as we can for these things.
Yeah, let me show them. So we were working up until the deadline, basically, this week to try and get as many of these in. So things like Naiad just didn't get their effect. So there's a lot of things that are still
those, so.
Right. Let me kill Troubadour here. So this is why you're not going to see people swapping these things out. Are you sure you want to destroy? Like, it's gone.
Yeah, you're saying
right.
Bye-bye.
And so once we eventually get the difficult method of acquiring these in game, which is going to be the gameplay method, not going to your book and using one ore to craft it, you are going to not want to change these things.
You're gonna be a little more attached to these.
Yeah, they're a little more than just a piece of equipment.
I mean, but still, I still don't think we want to be like, hey, it's not like deleting your character. It's more like, oh God, all right, well, I guess I can. I guess I want to respec now. It's time.
Well, what we also didn't mention is when you look at any of these things. Am I at max resolution? Yeah, I am. Let me just go.
Just maximize.
Yeah, let me go to maximize so we can see things better. We're eventually going to get this scaling so it's not universal because that's also annoying me. You'll notice that there's a stat on here called healing modifier and it's set to 5. And on the Bard one, they've got elemental mitigations to 3. This one's got a damage modifier to 3. That is just the baseline stat value that we put in there for now. Mm-hmm. That is going to be an experimentable stat when the crafter makes the thing, such that that stat is typically able to go to 3x of what it is in there. Yeah, if you're using legendary materials when you make these things.
Mm-hmm. Perfect rolls.
Perfect rolls will get you, like that healing modifier will get you to 15% extra healing.
Which is a lot of extra healing.
Which is a ton of extra healing if you're using a legendary one. So the odds of you just wanting to swap these out,
I'm gonna throw that away.
That, again, I don't think that's going to happen. It is going to be one of those hard choices.
Yeah, like it took you 3 or 4 days to gather everything that you needed for this.
So kind of take that into focus too. Is you're not feeling it now, but eventually, when you actually have to find a Naiad thrall in the world, capture her in a soul gem. It's a high quality soul gem because you want a good crafted result out of it, and then get it crafted. It is an investment, so it's there to be changed if you need to, but it's not a thing that you do prior to and big combats or whatever. Right. That tooltip thing is super annoying.
Yeah, you need to basically click to give this forward focus.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree.
Okay, so Fountain of Life. Let's show off Fountain of Life. So this one is okay, so now I'm friendly with our stand-in half-health dummies over here. And I'm going to drop a... Oh, I need a weapon equipped to use this. Or why did it not update? Oh, I know why. Because it didn't update after I equipped my weapon. Anyways, so this guy uses a ground targeting reticle. And if I put it near a friendly, it's going to create a fountain, and then it's going to chain heal every 2 seconds. It's kind of funny. I tend to put in a lot of the chain healing stuff because I really like chain stuff as a mechanic because it creates interesting shapes, in my opinion, with the effects. Because when the effects artists go to it and they actually put the chains going in between there, that's not going to be a little pod. That's just the object that I had. It's probably going to be something themed around water, and there's going to be a cool water lashing chain that goes between these guys.
Where you the wacky water.
Yeah, the
like
wacky water weasel is what I was equating it to when I designed it. So a lot of this stuff is stand-in just to give you guys a way to test it and fun playing with it, because these things are a lot of fun. I think we need to increase the collider size on that projectile because it's actually taking the size of the projectile rather than the radius that I've declared on that thing. But yes. And like this one, water spirits, this is supposed to be a cool, it's going to be a little water spirit that moves forward and heals your team. Did the animation happen? Nope, the animation didn't happen. Instead of the...
kind of looks like a drill.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Get that away from me! It's going to be a slow-moving water spirit that, again, heals as it runs by your faction. So that one is a faction one. Yeah. Just like the wacky water weasel, this guy is also a faction one. So anybody who's damaged that runs by this thing is going to get healed by it.
Throw that in the middle of a fur ball, and
the reason I'm not getting healed by it is because I'm at full life.
Once you go, die in a fire.
And you'll notice that when my movement speed is no longer extreme because of the aforementioned issues with movement speed. But I'm going to go stand next to that thing. And see if I get healed. Yep. Oh, that's odd.
Bling, bling.
Why is it double pulsing if I'm in it?
Are you bouncing off of you and itself?
I don't know. That's interesting. That looks like a bug. Hey, it looks like we found a bug with this.
Yay!
Yay! Let me see if I throw this one through here. See if I run with it. Yeah, that looks correct. Probably slow the speed down on that. Questions?
Oh, we've got lots of them.
Okay.
Let's have them.
Okay, first one is, wouldn't Spirit Whip be even cooler if the third left mouse button hit gave Templars a pip for every enemy damaged?
Well, sure. I mean, wouldn't it? Well, I mean, depends on who you ask. If you ask me, the guy who tries to balance these things, so Templar's whole deal is basically she's or I should she's not say, I guess she's not going to be a she. They, since it's a class now, are sort of more feast or famine, right? That's sort of the Templar's thing, to where it's difficult to get those pips, and you gotta.
CSR commands.
Hmm.
Do you need to cover up the CSR?
They can't really use them.
They can't use them. It's locked to us.
Until we.
They are crafty that they've been looking for.
Yeah.
So some of the viewers have noticed that there aren't too many physics-based powers being granted by the disciplines, and they're wondering why.
There is, in fact, not a whole lot. I mean, Nova is...
Yeah, Nova's kind of physicsy.
But I kind of wanted our physics stuff to kind of stabilize again. But you've seen the recent problems with Chain Whip before we start introducing more...
Yeah, or, the lunch power or stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not done making these, right? This is round one.
This is round one of our stuff.
So, yeah, once those things... we get those things sullied out, we'll most certainly have more of those.
Which other one do I have here? Oh, Crazy Pills.
There was an actual question about how do you plan to balance discipline power resource requirements for classes that use a PIP system?
What was the question, Anna?
Balancing discipline resources based on the PIP system.
Oh, so basically pips are interesting, right? So for the most part, most of our costs tend towards the 15 to 20% area, so that actually makes it kind of easy. It means basically most things are going to cost 1 pip. Now, granted, in the case of like Duelist and Assassin, they generally get a multiplier on whatever they spend all their pips at once. That is a little different. So it is a little weird, but we're not going to there are no plans basically to be like to create special 5 versus 1 through 5 pip behavior for all the disciplines. It's basically more or less going to be one pip for now. That's what we're rolling with. But like I said, we are interested. Like I said, if you have feedback about that, we're curious to have it. But I mean,
Yeah,
for
I
the
think
most part, that's how we're rolling.
I mean,
with
we've kind of glossed over that, but I think that was one of the really big challenges in implementing this system.
Oh, sure. The whole how do we deal with all the 5 different resource types? You know?
Everyone's moved on to like the things wrong. I mean, some of the achievements with this is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
So you can take a discipline runestone, and this can be equipped by anybody, and it automatically updates to the style of resource that they're using.
Yeah.
And we're using the exact same power on the back end, which means we did. So you could have done this in a way where you created 8 different versions of the power,
way, but we didn't do it the bad way. We did it the right way.
Yes, we did it the right way.
Yeah.
So I'm sure we're both very happy about that.
I am
It
very
means
happy about that.
8 times less the bugs, but you could have created one for every style of class, and then granted them that one. And then not only do you have a ton of bugs, because every time you have a bug, you have to fix it in 8 places, but you have to balance each of them individually. We just created a way where we could say this costs resource, and we have a coefficient table, and it puts the correct type of resource because it knows what type of resource that class uses, and
magically works.
It magically works.
After a lot of magic work to make it work.
Yes.
But now it works.
So that's one of the huge accomplishments. And it's really cool that we can use these powers on any of the classes that we pretty much deem mechanically it will work on. Obviously, we're not going to make disciplines for rage users and give it to everybody,
right?
Because that's just silly.
Right. And obviously, there's already examples of this, but I mean, there will be disciplines that can only be used by PIP users because it's for PIP users.
Right.
You know, there will be things like that, but for the most part, we want as many classes and races as possible to use these.
So they were hoping that you could go over some of the exploration disciplines plans for the future, and specifically whether or not you're going to split up crafting, exploration, and combat discipline equipment slots. Sorry, the equipment slots.
Yes, so we don't plan right now on granting any additional slots. Like if we decided to make minor as a major discipline, and it has a bunch of stuff that deals with mining, right? It would still take up one of your 2 slots, right? These things are not intended to be, here's your 2 for mining or for harvesting, here's your 2 for crafting, and here's make a choice.
I mean, specialization is the name of the game, right?
Yes. I mean, we're specifically building all of our systems around you having to make those choices. It may also end up being, because we haven't built them yet, that we fold more stuff that's properly themed into these guys. For example, if we decide that you should get a mining passive as part of Underdog, for whatever reason, we could do that. So we might end up folding some harvesting and crafting stuff into here. We also might end up making them as their own. Now, as to exploration ones like Scout, Todd talked about that earlier. Those ones are more expensive. So these guys, the first round of combat ones, were Mark and me spending a considerable amount of time just making these powers. And we had a big list of tech asks, and engineering went through and did the tech ask at the end. For exploration style disciplines, that's pretty much a tech ask for every single thing.
Yeah.
So those are going to be much more expensive, and that's tracking things like finding other players. They're going to have to spend a couple weeks figuring out how you track players.
How does that happen?
How does that work?
Right.
So
I mean, I do predict as we are knowing how Blair and I are, we're very good at getting a lot of mileage even off a single piece of tech. So I mean, there will be some of that for the most part. What Blair said is very much true.
Yeah. On the other end, we do want to add more, but adding another 50 majors would probably be. At that point, you've created a situation where some are never going to get used.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, totally, right. I mean, we're at a point right now where it's like, we want to see. We wanted you guys to try these and give us feedback on those and let us let us know how this batch is, and then before we start.
And we'll adjust off of that. And as Todd mentioned earlier, like some of these will just wither on the vine, right? Like those 3 jalapenos from withering.
Yeah, I like the jalapenos though.
So, all right, next question.
Considering a power that allows you to reposition allies like a friendly chain pull or even multi-target, Is that something that we would maybe consider adding in the future?
The question was, would we consider adding a type of chain pull that pulls friendlies?
So I have never personally, and I've seen other games do this. I have personally never been a fan of that, mainly because I personally don't like having my volition of where I place myself taken away from someone. But there are legitimate good uses for that. It's like, oh my God, he's standing in lava and he can't, standing in the firewall and he can't move. Get him out of there. That's legit. I don't know. What do you think, Blair?
Or he's rooted and
he's rooted, right? Exactly.
He got stuck in the Templar circle of pain, and it's time to get out of there.
So I mean, there's legitimate uses for it. I mean, these are the sorts of things that we're happy to argue about, and we do actually. lots of good design discussions about that stuff.
Would you guys be willing to explain the Plague Master and Black Mantle a little bit more?
Sure. So Black Mantle, it's basically it's like a healing barrier, right? So you understand how barriers work, right? So you put a barrier on yourself, and then somebody has to do damage to break through that barrier before they're able to actually damage you. Black Mantle is sort of the evil opposite of that, which is we put a barrier on you, and you have to heal through it before you can get healed. So basically, long story short, it's basically it prevents you from being healed until the healing barrier that is the Black Mantle effect is healed off.
And didn't we do something evil with some of those too? Like you must heal it off or it explodes. Or
there's one of them that basically, if it's not healed off, it'll do area effect damage. That was one of the ones we did that little piece of tech to. So we could tell the difference between wearing off and expiring. I don't remember what that was called though. That was. Wasn't it Destroyer? Was it a Destroyer one? But anyway, yes, there's a couple versions of that particular horror that you can unleash on healers in there.
That was Plague Lord? Okay, the anti-healing.
Yes, the hardcore anti-heal.
Yeah, Shrivel.
Shrivel, yes, Shrivel, the jalapenos.
The 3 jalapenos.
Yes.
Have you seen the 3 jalapenos? I'm here today to talk about our savior, 3 jalapenos.
Jalapeno.
Next question.
So they're wondering how stealth is going to be handled as far as discipline, in relation to the discipline system, with the Ranger class.
The Ranger. Mm-hmm. So we had always intended to give the Ranger hide as well as something that would let them advance into stealth. Mm-hmm. We still are missing that piece.
Right.
But I have started the group stealth users has Ranger in it because I anticipate at some point that tech will come online.
Yeah, and I mean, Assassin kind of percolating as all this other stuff going on. I think I actually mentioned that a post recently, but we'll be working on stealth and trying to basically lock down and basically harden those systems.
Yeah,
and make them more better.
Yeah, Burrow was our first pass on it. I mean, I'm sure all of you are very familiar with us making a first pass on something, and then we come back and you guys find all the problems with it, and then we fix them. So that Assassin, I anticipate less problems, and hopefully that will solve some of us opening up hide into. Actually, now that we have standing still and
all these important little pieces,
right? With with standing still tech that we built for take root,
and that's basically right. We can now tell whether you're moving or standing still, which is surprisingly useful.
So for Rangers, when they're standing still, they should go into the hide mode. So, which is basically stealth once we harden that piece. So
we actually had a question about that. Do we have tech for hide functionality?
Do we have what we would do is we would use these. The question was, do we have tech for hide? And what we'd use is we'd use the standing still tech in conjunction with the stealth tech. And when you stand still, we would put you into stealth. And the second you move, we would break that stealth. Essentially, is how that would work. We could definitely prototype that.
Yeah, we could probably start messing with it now, but it's really like what's the next thing on the list?
Yeah, we've been building so many of these things. Yeah, standing still came online like 2 weeks ago.
You'd be surprised at how much of this stuff was just most recently done.
Kirchhoff was wondering how the discipline power that converts rage into health, how does that work with efficiency, and is that a negative synergy?
So how does so Blood Pact is what they're talking about.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
A Blood Pact is broken on the version you guys played on because we didn't have the coefficient multiplier.
Yeah. So it's really good.
So it's really
super
good.
Great.
And it's about to get way more expensive. Does efficiency play into that?
So if we look at it, I believe we are not. It is not a cost. It is a subtraction. So your efficiency wouldn't affect it. I think we can look at it. I'm fairly certain.
Yeah, we'll have to look at that one.
Yeah, I was saying we could look at it right now, but and answer you live.
Okay. Blood Pact?
I think is what we're talking about. Blood. You think blood is enough? You think we have enough blood in this game? Everything has blood in it, Blair.
Oh my God! Noble blood, bloody swine. Oh my!
Blood on top of blood.
Ah!
Blood strikes and blood. There you go.
There we
That's
go.
the one works. All right.
This one is super easy. All it's doing is it's setting an overload.
Hey, look at that. So yeah, that wouldn't be affected by efficiency because it's happening not as a cost but as we're just removing it. So as I expected.
But yeah, the resource multiplier.
I would have hit myself. Bad Alice, what are you doing?
They're playing with the resource multiplier of 1 right now, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, it's about to be 10 times more expensive, which is still useful.
Still really good, actually. To be honest, it should be. I worked it out to be. It should be 50, but that would be like you wouldn't want to drain your entire health bar. Would be kind of worthless. So we're giving you a premium price on that. So it should be useful.
Okay, next question.
Are the heals intended to be on the weaker side, or will they scale greatly with the healing stat?
So support power, we just recently removed every additional thing from healing.
And I think, is that live now?
Yeah, that's live.
Okay,
they
so
have.
you're feeling that. I don't know. Did we even announce that?
We
just announced that. No, it's in the
It's in the patch notes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, so support power, again, our goal here was to make it such that support power classes felt like they were more supporty. So you'll notice that the support power classes have their chain healing and chain hots automatically jumps 1 additional time. They just get that for being a support class. So if a knight were to take Friar, his chain heal is only going to jump once. A support guy automatically jumps an additional 2 times. So, and then there's other stats that increase that beyond that amount. Support power is the main driver for improved healing. And we're going to make a pass and put in some more support powery kind of stuff. So if you want to be that support guy, you will specialize in getting support power rather than attack power. It was already on the equipment, but I don't think anybody was actually using it.
Yeah, and there's really not enough, and we should really give you. I mean, we're going to give you some more of it just for free for choosing to play a support class to some degree too. So I mean, basically, your healing's a little weaker right now, even if you're playing support class than intended. But
yeah, but I mean, if you want to be a knight
because of that recent change. But.
Yeah, if you want to be a knight who's a friar, and you want to be really good at chain healing, he also needs to take Pixie to get an additional jump. And he will need to make his gear such that it's support power based rather than attack power based. So we're kind of making you choose which way you want to skew more. Whereas before, we were just giving it all to you for free.
For free.
For free.
What are those wild gesticulations? That.
Probably about time to wrap up, but maybe we could end with you guys explaining what your favorite disciplines are.
So for me, the Bard Troubadour ones came out as I envisioned them, and I'm super happy with them. The effects look good. The toggle powers are great. I think they're going to be a lot of fun. And this was just kind of under the radar. So if I hadn't burned 4 weekends building these things, it probably wouldn't have happened. So this is kind of one of my faves. How about you, Mark?
Cool. Oh, what was the question? I'm sorry.
What was your fave?
Like literally my fave.
What's one of your faves out of this first batch?
Well, to be honest, I actually liked trying to cover as many bases as I could as far as like getting the counters for all the stuff, right? So making sure that we're covered as far as like, hey, there's stuff for anti-healing, there's stuff for anti-slashing, stuff for this type, that type. So making sure we're covered as far as balance and giving you guys ways to deal with the stuff.
How about mechanically? Which one was the most fun to build?
The most fun to build mechanically. Where's the list? I mean, so it's one of these things. Like I did this for.
Of course.
Yeah. Oh damn. So doing this for 2 months, I mean, really, like a lot of the stealth ones were fun actually to think of, right? Like I enjoyed working on like the Mole Hunter ones were cool, the Black Mantle or the Black Mask ones were actually cool too, just mainly because I like stealth classes. You know, thinking of cool stuff, cool and evil things for you to do, like you know, actually Agent Provocateur is another one that was fun to work on.
Some of this other stuff. So this is actually just some armor cart that he just finished today. And I wanted to show this off to everybody. It was just really came out really well. So this is something that you'll have during a siege, and I'll just show you real quick. You'll be able to actually have this thing go up, and we'll have weapons in there and armor and stuff, and that's where you'll kind of run and kind of possibly gear up and stuff. So this is just really cool. Want to throw him a little shout out. One of these days we'll get on here together and we'll go through some cool stuff. So yeah, this is the new armor cart.
Kainth asked, are you going to change the current parcels to fit the new tech?
I will be converting some of those parcels as the stuff comes online and as we slowly roll that out. Quite frankly, we want to update a lot of those parcels to look much, much better anyways. That involves textures and, you know, like I say, all new environments type stuff. Yeah, so all that stuff will be converted. It's not going to be an overnight process. It's just going to be a slow, when we feel that we can support each little section, then we'll do it. So, but it's coming. It is coming. Probably sooner rather than later. And before I get going, I kind of want to just show you some of the new, I've kind of perfected my speed tree ability here. So I know trees, everyone always gives me so much shit about the trees in terms of I always show them off. So this was the old one. This is the one that's on there now. And this is actually kind of a big deal in terms of how the environment's going to look. Because right now, I'll be the first to admit it, when you kind of look out on the landscape, it's just kind of this boring, just blah, 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 blah. But you got to keep in mind, we're pre-alpha. I needed to quickly get the tech, or to get the environments for the tech guys to see if all this stitching and dropping of terrains was going to work. So we just threw in a couple of trees, a couple of rocks, and that was it. And then we had to harvest everything. So we've just now got to the point, I would say tech-wise, for us, the environment team, to truly start really getting into this now. We've got a lot of stuff made, but now we got to apply that to the actual to the environments. So this was the old one, and it was just quickly done, and you can kind of see just, you know, rough strokes and whatnot and blah, blah, blah. This is kind of the updated one, and this has got a lot more detail in the art. We've actually got normals working on the actual bark, so it just looks like a much better aesthetic tree. And not only that, our knotwoods, we're going to have a lot bigger variety. We're going to have different colors, different types. This is really going to change that landscape quite a bit. I'm just going to thumb through these real quick. These little tiny brush type trees, this adds so much to the ground part of the game. Because before, again, you just had verticality with all the trees, just all this verticality. We didn't really have much lower brush. And so now we're having the time to come in and start adding all that cool detail. Here's a couple more. Just kind of thumb through this real quick.
Okay, Aaron said, that's a damn fine tree, John.
Thank you, Aaron. I love my little guy. But yeah, so and we'll go in and we'll actually run through the one of the levels that we did, one of the parcels that was finished out for the video, and I'll run through it and I'll show you some of all this stuff together and actual running around, because it looks pretty cool. So all right, so this is just a quick test, little 1x parcel. I blocked it off so you guys wouldn't get distracted by the lack of anything else, because when I make these parcels, I have to actually make a giant terrain first, and then I only focus on the shape of the actual parcel. I've gone through this before, but I'll just quickly kind of show you what I'm talking about. So if we wanted a L shape like this, I would delete these and just sculpt the terrain like this in such a way. And then we export that out, because each one of these little squares gets cut up, and then it gets stitched back together real time in the engine, which is really, really cool. So I just wanted to quickly show you guys that so you won't get focused on anything else. But this is with the new terrain shader. It's with the old textures, so just kind of bear with those. But already it shows you kind of how even just the side of a mountain with just a kind of a basic texture I have on here what it looks like with the new terrain shader. Because if I show you without, you'll start to see the stretching that I was talking about again. So that's Unity right there, and it just stretches it all the way down, and everything's really washed out. I know it's something that Unity's planning to upgrade in future releases. Unity 2017, I think that's on their roadmap.
Yep.
But for now, this has been a challenging aspect of the environment is trying to get around the terrain shader. And people like Adam and a friend of his who's working on the terrain shader, Boris, or Bart. I'm sorry, Bart, not Boris. They're coming up with amazing things for workarounds, and it's really cool to actually see this in action. And then there again, this is what we. So if this was a adventure parcel in between some of the town parcels, now what I haven't added in here is all the different rocks formations that would be jammed in there to form kind of some really cool, unique parcels.
That looks really neat, dude.
That's going to be added in. So you can imagine as you're walking by up here, there's these rocks that maybe jet out and form over here, and they just naturally blend into the side of all this stuff. But again, before I just had it just generally just kind of filled out. We don't want to do that. We now want to pocket things to make stuff more interesting. Fallen trees here with a little pocket of other trees. Because trees, when they grow, they kind of have a little formation of pockets that they grow, and then it kind of seeds out, and then maybe some more pockets. So we want to kind of get more into that. Can they even see my face? Because I'm using my hands quite a bit.
They can see your face.
Right.
Yeah, your hands are like
I apologize.
3D.
So yeah, this is some of the new trees and vegetation and stuff that's just going to add so much ground visibility that will help it out. And I'll just quickly jump down here and run around. Any more questions?
There are, yeah. Anthrage asked a pretty cool question. Given different biomes have different tree types and tree and wood types are represented in the skill tree, how will trees be handled in drastically different biomes? And does this mean a desert biome is off the table, for example? Thank you.
No, actually, a desert biome is probably next on the table. So that is a good question. Can they hear you say it, or do I have to double?
They can hear me say it,
Okay.
right? You can hear me say it. Yeah.
Okay.
They should.
Well, what Max was asking
If
was,
Gibson did his job.
or who was the guy that asked the question? Max?
Anthrage.
Anthridge. That's a good question because we're still trying to finish up the our kind of Northland biome. This is the first biome, and it's we want to kind of get past that, and we're definitely going for more of a kind of a Scotland Highland look with the green rolling hills and the rocky formations. But we quickly want to then roll over to something like a desert biome. We've already got the lore for it. Todd's got some great ideas for it, and we've already kind of pre-pro'd, so to say, some ideas of how we would handle that. Todd's got some interesting ideas of possibly, maybe there's just not as much resources in, say, like wood, for example, because in desert area it's very arid and you wouldn't have as many trees. So I'd imagine we'd probably have some pockets of oases and stuff, but we'd also have just the general desert biome tree. Maybe it's not as much there, but you have something else that would be out there, whether it be ore or rock or metal. So that's a good question. So yeah, we definitely 100% plan on having all kinds of different biomes, but we're definitely wrapping up the northern kind of human-esque biome. And so yeah, this is kind of, again, it looks so much better on the sides of cliffs and stuff. And I also wanted to show you, and I left this kind of sheer on purpose to kind of show you how tight this can get in. Whereas before, it would just stretch all the way down. And now we can actually have some cool cliff sides. And let me go back in here and show you some of the cool geo stuff that Adam and Bart added in. So here is a...
Uh-oh.
So I have this, you can't see right now, I'm going to bump it up. But in real rock formations, there's these geo-banding in a lot of different places. So here I can actually add that in. You can get some really cool, first you just kind of get it going, and then you come in and you kind of adjust it so that it doesn't look so colorful. This I've actually spent some time with. So now there's a little bit of that And then from a distance, it just adds a little bit of information to there. And I know one thing that he's going to be working on is how to break it up so it's not so straight. You know, it'll have some waviness to it and whatnot. But it's amazing how just a little bit of information like that can change the look of the environment. What are you guys doing over there? You're freaking me out.
He's just harassing me.
Well, that's okay, actually. If you're going to harass anybody, harass
I am
Max.
the worst person in the history of the world.
That's right.
I should stop reinforcing that.
And another cool thing, as you can see, again, with the shader, that's going to give us the ability, as you look out in the environment, it won't just be the same tile like I showed you before. We'll also be able to add like some sort of global normal power is what it's called. And you can see it being affected over here. We have the ability to have information that normally wouldn't be there from a distance. And then as you slowly get closer, it just kind of fades away because maybe you don't really need it that harsh. But from a distance, it looks good type of thing. All these things that I'm talking about are helping us improve the environment in really cool and interesting ways. So
you're getting a lot of praise in the chat, especially about the removal of the stretching of textures. Like,
yeah, that's
everyone can tell that that's going to make a huge difference.
It really, really will, and it's something that we know we've needed and that we've wanted, and we had. It was one of those things where we're like, all right, we'll eventually get to it, and then as it popped up, we're like, hey, we have it, let's use it. Right. So I don't want you to think that we never weren't going to have it. We always planned on getting it somehow. It's just having it now is really, really amazing. Right. So we're going to have a lot of fun with that. I think it's going to just improve overall. Any other questions?
A lot of players are curious about how water is going to work in parcels, and if we might see things like flowing streams or waterfalls.
Good questions. Yes, on all of that. In terms of we'll have streams, we'll have some forms of waterfalls and whatnot. Water still, we're still trying to figure out how exactly we go with that. I know people have brought up swimming and whatnot. Rafts. And I think that's a perfect question for Todd.
I don't know. You tell me, John. Your own environments. Make it cool.
Rafts.
Let's get real for a second. The thing with water is is a unique kind of pain in the ass in any game, really. Because if we decide to do, let's say, underwater swimming, that's a whole giant system that people don't even realize. You have to have animations for every single character and how they would swim, what happens if you die underwater, what happens if you get shot in water, So we're going to have something with water. One of the things on the table, which I actually like, is some form of you stay above water and then you either stamina out and you drown. But there again, what do you do when you die? How do you get your stuff back? So it definitely raises some good questions. And don't think we're not working on this. We have some ideas.
I think we talk about it once a week.
Somebody's asking if you can show a sneak peek of the Mountain Citadel Palace. You could show the throne room. It's a gray box then, but it's pretty damn cool.
Someone asked about that earlier too. They want to.
Do you have it on this machine?
I have it on this machine. So the castle that was in the I'm not in that branch right now, and it would take too long to switch over for that textured version. But I have the gray box version on here. If you guys want, do they want to see that?
I thought it was kind of cool. I mean, it's showing a whole different type of flow, right? So we're going to have to adjust the thing once we get in and play with it anyway, right?
Well, there is a somewhat textured version. I don't have access to it right now, but I do have access to the Mountain Citadel, where I have the stand-in. I think that's still on this machine. All right, Todd side-saddled me on this one.
Right.
They've seen Gray Box before.
Oh.
Yeah, well, I mean, they played Gray Box back in.
They lived Gray Box. And this is a really cool piece of art.
So this is the castle that I'm about to show you, and so the castle is going to be built. The palace and the citadel will be built off the castle. And so right now I don't have those in, but I do have just the castle. And I actually think it's going to be a lot of fun for you guys.
That's the palace parcel. Caldera.
Yeah. Oh boy. See, Todd, this is what happens when
you throw
take
curveballs
off script.
Something is.
Can you drop a throne room in there or not? No.
Let me try to load up this one. See if it will load up. Oh, there we go. Oh, I know why it's doing this. Let me fix this real quick. Let me just drop this out. There we go. Sorry, we ran into this last time. So some of you all seen this. This is the, and this doesn't have the shader on there, so you'll see all the stretchy funness. But this is the Citadel parcel that you'll have a lot of fun playing with, those who acquire it. And I think we had some test houses in here, so you can kind of see that.
No trees, no rocks yet.
No trees, no rocks.
And you haven't done the thing on the sidewalls, right, where it's stretched
so you
right
can
now.
see
That'll be fixed.
what that would. This would be a player town. This is what you could potentially make, and or you can make it however you want, quite frankly. But this is just me going in here and throwing some walls and some houses and stuff. All that's kind of our stand-in stuff.
Recall said, "Welcome to Rohan," which is hilarious
Yeah.
because as he and Aaron run through their environments, Aaron likes to play the Rohan. What is it? The Ride of the Rohirrim?
Dun, 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 dun. Aaron does that to me just about every other day.
Constantly.
Right. So actually, let's run down here and we'll run through this castle. This is a first unveiling. I wasn't expecting to do this, but Todd,
whatevs, right?
Todd just kind of pay my bills, so I'll do what he says.
That's how it works.
Probably a wise move. First, let's get a camera in there. Any questions why I'm
So
doing
there's no sense of scale on this yet, or if you can run in there, or just zoom in and show them like how big a player is, because this thing is giant.
All right, patience, my friend. All right, so now let's make sure he's above. This is just the first-person camera.
It's like that big, right?
So when designing this out, we had to come up with some really unique things. Before I get in here, so this is also a player-driven house or guild house or whatnot. So part of this is broken up for you to live in, and the other part of this is for actual sieging. And so it was kind of a balance we had to figure out. What is the best way to tackle this? Because with the keep, it's kind of open. It's got some multi-levels. We all liked it. It was fun. You run around. You had different points of interest and choke points. So we kind of wanted that same feel, but on a grander scale. So I'll just jump in here and show you.
They said the parcel makes it look so tiny because you have no trees, you have no rocks. There's no sense of scale at all.
When you walk around as a player, though, it becomes obvious it's actually pretty huge.
Well, I've got my... So this would be the Great Hall, and each time, for example, this is the castle version. For the Citadel and Palace version, everything just gets bigger and more attachments, and it just gets more grand. But here you have the lovely temp temperature is back that people love. But you have some little side hallways, some side rooms for your. This would be kind of more player home driven type stuff. It's not really a focal point on actually sieging this thing.
How big is this room compared to the Great Hall that they played Siege Perilous?
This is a little bit bigger than the actual keep. This area right here is about the size of the keep, and so everything else is added to it. It's about 3 times in total in footprint, 3 total.
And explain what a gray box level is and why we do it for people that don't know.
Yeah, so gray box is just a term used for quickly putting something together and throwing it into a scene. For various reasons. You want to check for scale, you want to check for playability, you want to check for lighting possibly if you start getting in some textures on there and whatnot. But this is how we usually do everything. Everything I touch in terms of model-wise always starts out kind of looking like this. I get it to a pseudo modeling pass, and then we like what we see, or we make adjustments, and then we take it to the next level, a pass 2 as they call it. This would be a pass 1. So when sieging this thing, there's the Tree of Life. You can see it in the center. That is going to be the focus point. So think of like this half right here is the sieging part of this keep, or castle. Everything else is kind of just player home. And you can run through it if you're attacking, but you're really, And so when designing this out, I wanted to have, I used to love playing Quake. I love those levels. I love playing those kind of games. This is not a Quake game, don't worry. But I love the different entrances and different heights and choke points that those games would create. So as you come in, you'll see we'll have like some really cool roots hanging down and water down here or something, and there's the Tree of Life. So someone could be down here possibly shooting that tree. That means the defenders are going to have people below and above guarding it. There's ways to get in from here as well, so on to this side.
So one question, John, somebody asked was, can I buy one of these in a campaign world to get an advantage? For people who don't know, about our methodology, we should explain that the purchases can only be made for your personal kingdoms. In the campaign world, the only way to get one of these things is going to be to siege it.
Very good point. Todd made a really good point. So someone asked a question basically of, can you buy one of these castles and then pop it into a campaign? No, you cannot. This is for your own personal EK. Now, what you can do, if we, I think EKs have the ability to siege each other. That's possibly on the table.
You have PvP on right now. That's all we have done so far.
So you could
that just went up this week, is the ability to turn on PvP to fight. No destruction or sieging has been turned on.
Yeah, no. So basically, you could siege each other, practice siege each other, whatever, and then in the campaign, you would have to build one of these.
You're on
basically.
camera, by the way, Gordon. In case you don't know that.
They say greetings, Tyrant. Siege Lord Tyrant.
He's coming in to lay his wrath on me. So again, here's the upper story where you can imagine. And what I love about this is in the keep we had it so that the upper area was really big, really good for melee. Where this version, it's going to be tough for melee. You've only got a few areas to run around, and you can easily get knocked off. So range will probably play a big factor in this, and we kind of did that on purpose. And there's different ways to get up there, different spots, and so you can kind of, some areas, if you drop down, you'd have to go around to get back up. And then there's even oops, I fell down, sorry. I hope I'm not making you guys sick. I have to have this thing on full blast because it would take me forever to run around. So this is the upper story. And again, you can shoot down on people maybe trying to shoot in, and there's a third story where people, I imagine, will have fun up here. And then again, it just keeps going on and on and on to more of a player-driven. This is like a king's room, so to say.
So to say.
I did it again, Todd. But yeah, this is the.
Did you say so to say?
I said
He
so to
says it
say.
all the damn time.
Like mentally ill with that word. But yeah, this is the castle, and we're going to be dropping this in soon, so you guys can start testing this out because we really want to make sure that when you siege a castle, it's fun. And it's not too hard to defend, and it's not too hard to attack. So there's a huge amount of balancing that we're going to have to start really addressing. But yeah, anyone had any questions?
A lot of wows and hellos to Gordon.
Excellent. All right, well, let's just show. I'm going to end off on that one.
So, Weebles TV, and maybe Todd can answer this question, asked, will we see the mountain parcel placed in-game so that guilds can claim it?
So the hope is that we're going to be able to use this thing in the campaign world. That's why we built it with the tree in the middle so that it could be sieged. That said, we're going to have to grow into it. Like initially we're setting up all the stuff using the existing, the fort pieces and the castle pieces first. And then we'll grow into this one over time. That's one of the reasons John gray boxed it, is because we want to try it. We want to actually get it in. If it's fun and it performs, hell yes, right? There's no reason we wouldn't use it if it's a good asset. Those are two big question marks, so I don't want to promise it yet. But that's why we built it the way we did. That's clearly the goal.
Yeah, and the one we used for the video, it is textured, but it's really roughly textured. So I'd rather have just showed you the gray box version. So we have that a little bit further along. So when it's ready to come online, we're ready to start testing this thing like crazy. Because it would be fun. This would be a lot of fun to kind of siege and defend. And I think a lot of players would get a kick out of it.
Yeah, one thing that we still haven't quite puzzled out, we've been talking about, is actually putting sockets on the back end of this thing so that you can take your city walls directly up to one of those windows and turn that window into an arch that lets you walk out onto the parapet, which I think would be really cool. It's just a question of figuring out where the connect points are. That way, this is not like has to be a standalone building surrounded by walls. It could literally be worked into the walls. I still think that would be really cool because it has all these really nice archway windows on the outside that would work great as kind of arch passages.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wabis wants to know, what size castle is this that we're looking at?
This is the throne room that is used for above the Great Hall Keep, right? Okay. So this is the next one up from the keep that we used at Siege Perilous.
So this is for castles.
This is for castles and it's part of the core for Palace.
It's the start for Palace, yeah. And Mountain Citadel.
Yes.
Yeah, I just love the idea of little passageways, little sideways, little little tiny choke
Oh,
points.
that's helpful for scale. If
Yeah.
You've got a
Yeah.
centaur
Oh, there you
size
go.
in there.
So you can kind of see, I mean, it's not a small castle. This is a very, very large castle. And the Citadel and the Palace only gets bigger. Now, whether we have the Citadel Palaces in the game, in the campaign, again, I think, like you said, is a good point.
It'll be a
We'll
question
just
of
grow
performance,
into it.
and yeah, I mean, I definitely want to get this one in.
Yeah.
After that, we'll readjust and say, okay, now how do we grow from there?
All right, well, I want to end off on the kind of just showing off one of the parcels that I made for, just to kind of show you that the stuff you saw on the trailer is in game. So I kind of wanted to show you that. Does this load? Any questions, Max? Why this loads up?
You're bringing on the sexy forest?
Sexy force.
Keith asked, you talked about these buildings being modular. How does this work with bigger parts of the building?
Well, you just get more rooms. Let me clarify, not modular in the sense that you'll be able to just take that part and then click it off, put another part on. We will have attachments for like banners and all kinds of cool stuff like
And annexes,
yeah,
right?
and annexes.
So we've never defined that, but basically, so an annex is an external part of a building that you can snap onto the outside of a building, which creates either another room or a patio with a crafting table. And they haven't seen those yet because we haven't turned crafting tables on, but that'll be coming hopefully relatively soon.
Let me just jump in here.
And the question, if you can attach the walls to the castle, does that mean you could connect the two of them together? So technically, yes, the system would allow it. The question will be whether or not you have enough tokens or weight capacity on that parcel to handle that many buildings of that much size. They can already see that actually in the test right now. Whenever you're using deeds to drop wall pieces or buildings, they have size limitations, and it tells you here's how many you can have of each size. So I can have 5 extra larges and 3 larges and 2 mediums and 20 small buildings in this parcel. So it's on a parcel by parcel basis. So this is showing off the new lighting.
Yeah, so this is
in engine.
Yeah, this is in engine, in game. I don't have my character because I'm not on the other branch, but this is basically what this looks like in game. This is what it's going to look like in Crowfall. And I'm just going to run through this real quick, and then I'll show you some cool stuff like time of day and how that's going to look. But this was the actual, this is the large manor, and it's kind of propped out, but you'll be able to prop this out how you kind of want.
So an annex might go on the side of the building right there
Yeah.
on the right or whatever, right?
You got 6 minutes.
We're almost done. So, and this is actually a real under construction house. And
Show your crafting tables while you're in there.
and if I was going to put resources into this house, it would continue to build into a brand new house. And that's why we put this over here to kind of show off that this is in game. This would work. What do you need? What do you want to show?
So somebody asked the question, are the weight limits of number of buildings, are those kind of indicated by what you showed? And yes, so when we came up with the weight limits for the parcels, John placed a bunch of gray box buildings all over the parcel to try and figure out what looked like a good collection. Like, hey, this looks about as congested as we want it to be. And then we have to adjust that, right? We have to go in and say, okay, does that perform? Is that too many? Is that too few? So the parcel, we call them tokens. It's basically how many larges, how many mediums can we have. That's still a little bit up in the air. We're still playing with those numbers. In the test right now, you'll notice all of the parcels have been set to have 99 of every one, and all assets are also the same type. So a castle wall or a castle tower basically uses the same type of token as a house or a building, and that won't always be the case. It was just an easy way for us to get up and running in the system right now.
So here's an example of, I'm in this level, I'm in this parcel, and I've got about 50 characters in here. And I just wanted to kind of show you guys that I'm easily getting 60 frames running around.
Somebody said show all the tables, they look great, but you kind of moved on.
Oh, what tables? The Crafting
tables. That's the problem.
Well, I just wanted to show them real quick that like this is an actual parcel. It's not in the test realm yet.
Your frame rate on here doesn't look great because you're moving so quickly
Oh,
and it's trying
right.
to stream it.
It's
But that's a
blurry.
stream problem. It's not a problem on your machine, but it looks
Right.
incredibly laggy.
It's probably because I'm running so fast. I
Because you are
forget.
running.
You look laggy too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you also look laggy. It's not just it's not a game problem. It's a Twitch problem.
So yeah, this is one of the crafting tables that Sir Aaron did, and this is I think this is the blacksmithing. It's going to be really cool. We don't have the particles in there yet, but we will. This is alchemy.
That's that black. Oh, I don't know where you are. We're looking at you back in time. So
This is a I forgot what this one. Stonemason. Is that what the one?
I don't know where you're
Look
at,
over,
so
look
I don't
over
know.
his shoulder.
Yeah, you have to go look over my shoulder.
All right.
And this is a rune crafting, and then my favorite, which is up here, necromancy.
This one's awesome.
Yeah, this one looks cool. With the blood coming down.
Minotaur head.
Get a bull man up there, so that's the necromancy one. And you'll be able to put those throughout your house. There will be a limit, but and this is just like an example of a propped out house. So this is for example, a hero statue. You can put something else there, a dragon statue, whatever statue.
Todd's famous
statue, a John statue when I make one. So I'm gonna walk, not run, so it's not so laggy. But I just wanted to kind of come over to a point in the forest and show you a time of day. What's up? Are we good?
No, it's playing a commercial for John.
Oh, it's playing a commercial?
I'm good on my end.
Are you good?
I had to unpause.
Oh, he did a reset.
I had to
or
pause
something.
and play because it.
So here, I'll look over your shoulder. Then, John.
I think it was only lagging on his machine. The stream looks
That looks
fine.
great on yours.
Yeah, let me unmaximize so we can. I'll have to like click off. It's kind of weird how I have to do this.
freaking Max.
Me? What do I do?
Max.
So let's just do it right here, and then
Yeah, I hate Max.
But you are the worst person in the history
Max
of the
too.
world.
You know I hate Max.
it just kind of shows you how we'll be able to definitely do time of day.
He likes Max.
And we'll have these
Hates
cool
Max.
little
Hates Max.
pools of light, some stars.
Yeah, cycle some time of day as well,
Yeah.
just because it's cool.
Recall had an interesting question. Crafted weapons and armor tell you who made the item. Will props for houses have some sort of telling visual? Oops, I just lost it. Telling visual of who made it, or will it only be?
Yeah, all the crafted stuff will have a maker's mark.
I think he means will it be something you could see on the outside of a crate, which is a little trickier.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, the only thing we would do is we're gonna put in the support to put guild symbols on items, but
Should
I
be
don't know
awesome.
that we would put it on crates. I
Right.
mean, we definitely plan on putting it on banners, putting it on flags, putting it on shields, cloaks,
Right.
stuff like that. But I don't know that we're gonna go to the level of letting you put it.
And as you can see, as I change the weather, the wind picks up. So that's all tied into this system, which is really cool. We now have this kind of weather system. And as it goes away, it starts to calm down again. And then same with the snow. And I can even pump up that wind if we really wanted it even stronger.
do the thunder, do the lightning.
Actually, that's not set up. I wish it
Oh, it's
was.
not? Oh, that's too
Yeah.
bad. You can darken the sky though, right?
Yeah. So that's like completely overcasted. And so you can imagine that the terrain's building up snow, or however we end up triggering that. And then when you get to a point, it's just everything's going to be covered in snow. So it's going to be really cool when we get to the actual hunger sections of the game.
How dark will nights get? That's an interesting one, right?
Yeah.
We've messed around with that quite a bit. Like there was at one point we had it super dark and really ominous, and your light source around the guy looked really, really cool. But we're also like, yeah, we think it's really cool, but let's be honest, players are going to hate it. Like it's just not very playable. So that's going to be a balance point, I think.
I mean, this was one idea, possibly this dark. That was what Todd was talking about. So, I mean, any light source is going to really pop you, but out in the dark, it gets kind of, maybe a little too dark. So that, like Todd said, now that we've got these systems in place, we're going to start tweaking this. And that was one other thing I wanted to say was during these play tests in the next month or so, we're going to be tweaking this lighting. We're going to be playing with settings. So you might come in at one point and then something's there and something's not. And so you're kind of doing this with us live, so to say. Damn it, I did it again!
So to say. I think you should
It's
end
Dave.
on-
It's Dave's fault. I'm telling you,
end
Dave.
on so to
Hanging
say.
around Dave, he's got this cloud that just confuses me.
Dave's fault, you say so to say.
I would like to thank John for coming out, so to say.
Yeah.
So to say we all.
All right.
This is the assassin. So Cook is gonna be doing the basic attack for her. There's something missing, Cook.
Oh, I guess I'll unhide those. There we go. Wings.
So this is our first winged character.
Only winged character.
First winged character. So she was actually modeled before we did this like race class split.
Yes.
So
so we're basing all of the assassin animations on her because she was designed to be the assassin.
Exactly. But the wings are going to be a racial ability, so gliding and double jump. I think that's her racial abilities. So, like, what are the other Fae classes, Max?
Oh, I can look.
Is it Druid or
Druid
I'll pull up
and
the visual here.
Frostweaver, I think, are the only two other classes she's got.
The
Yeah.
Fae?
For now.
Yeah, so you
Assassin, Druid, and Frostweaver. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Druid and Frostweaver will get the glide and the double jump, which is going to be exciting. The challenge with this character is the wings, obviously.
Yeah.
Because when you're looking at her from the back, the wings take up a majority of the screen, so we have to make sure that these poses read with the wings. So Cook has this blocked out, and he's going to start polishing the animation. And
I'm going to stretch this thing out a lot.
I'm going to stretch it out a lot.
Yeah. Alright, so...
Todd told me to do this. I apologize.
Oh, it's all
I'm not
good.
naturally a bully. You know, I'm a kind-hearted person.
I haven't heard you two bickering too much lately.
We've been too overwhelmed with all the changes we have to
I
do
believe-
to
Yes, you
spend our
have.
time bullying each other.
Yeah.
We didn't have time for it anymore.
Yeah, I told Todd that the stream is just going to be me and Cook crying.
So as you guys can maybe imagine, a lot of the race class split away from the traditional archetype system is animation work. And so that has fallen directly on Mr. Doggett and Mr. Cook.
Yeah, we spent time just proving that we could do it. We have an animation transfer tool that kind of does a good bit of the work for us, but you're talking about 90 animations a character, transferring it back and forth between the different rigs and then cleaning it up. So we had to spend a little bit of time R&Ding and streamlining that process as much as possible, and just seeing what it's going to cost us. So that's been our life for the past couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Well, at least we don't have any half-horse characters that you have to port animations to.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be a lot of work.
Yeah, the transfer tool, it goes great from like Knight to Ganetian actually is really easy, but Ganetian to human, not so much.
Yeah.
Same thing, like you would think like the Myrmidon and the Minotaur and the Half Giant would be great going back and forth, but Half Giant to Myrmidon, really good. Minotaur to Half Giant, not so much.
The Half Giant has very short legs, and the Myrmidon has very long legs. And so while the Myrmidon's legs can crunch up really nice
all
and
legs.
fold, he's very leggy. They crunch up really nicely. The Half Giant not so much. His just leave the ground. He's like, I can't move like this.
She is going to be our fastest attacking character.
Yeah.
So we're keeping these attacks like really, really quick, precise, ninja-like.
This is 3ds Max, remember?
Yeah.
Really?
Come on,
we can have that
you know it's gonna
conversation
get
again.
asked.
You know it comes up every time.
We're just going to get it out of the way.
What is the best program to animate in, Cook?
The one that we use.
Wrong. Pen and paper.
Oh, there you go. I guess. I've never been all that good at drawing.
Well, with pen and paper, you don't get undos. I mean, you're committed.
True. That's true.
You have to be confident as an animator.
You could erase, just saying. Right? Sorry.
Depends on... Depends.
They don't like when producers talk about art and how to art.
Max, I've grown to love you like a brother.
Ugh.
From Alabama.
Let's just not.
We would have been like we would have played catch in the backyard. We would have watched Transformers together.
The
High
show
fives.
The show, right?
Yeah. No, not the movies. Come on.
Cool. Just making sure.
Had bad taste, but not that bad. Brought to you by Michael Bay. Any questions yet?
Kate said, I would love to see Doggett animate a bouncy ball.
I had to find my bouncy ball animation from school. It was fantastic. It was a bouncy ball that had to open up a treasure chest. Guess what that bouncy ball did?
I'm guessing it opened a treasure chest.
It opened up that fracking treasure chest.
How does a bouncy ball open a treasure chest?
It doesn't have thumbs, so it was difficult.
Does it just bounce at it really hard?
Yeah,
until
it
the chest kind of flops.
Yeah,
open?
it kind of like bounced and like knocked the lid open, and then bounced against the lid and fell into it, and the lid closed on top of it.
Okay.
Then I put hair on it, rendered it out.
Mounting Wind asked, how much transitioning is there between a standing or combat animation and this attack?
Transition? Maybe a couple frames.
Like a tenth of a second,
It's
if
a
that.
tenth of a second, so it's about 3 to 6 frames.
Yeah, we try to get into these as quickly as possible, so
Yeah.
sometimes we don't even start. Well,
It's like, that's
we're
why
actually.
she's not even starting in the idle. Like the idle looks more like this. I've got her kind of crouched down. I might even start the animation like later, like here maybe, before she does the little flip of the knife, which I need to clean up. That way she gets into the attack a lot sooner.
And there's 2 blend points out of it, so probably at
Yeah.
frame 30, that's when she would blend into a run. So that's when will allow you to like continue. Well, you can move and do this also because this will be split body.
It's going to be a split body attack. Like I have her moving forward in the attack, but in the actual game, it's going to look more like this. Turn this off, where she doesn't actually move when she does it.
And we have some tricky stuff going on so that it's not complete like mech split body. So when she's in the air, it'll be a full body animation. As soon as that foot hits the ground, it'll transition to the split body animation. That way we can still get spins and flips and flourishes without like sacrificing too much in the name of mobility.
Yeah.
And mobility is still like the #1 priority with combat right now.
Yeah.
Recall asked, and I'll pose this question to both of you, what are some of your favorite little touches of life you add to the characters with these animations? For example, facial expressions, finger waggles, foot sweeps, etc.
I'm a big fan of spins and the facial expressions. Those eyebrows are key to showing like the passion. Making those eyes kind of crazy looking as she's about to stab someone.
Get a reference from your wife. Hi, Liz.
No comment.
I personally love the Duelist. The faces he makes, those little snickers, and like,
yeah,
he's got like kind of a charming sneer that he does.
Yeah, a lot of those like micro fidgets I love doing in my animations. Like I like doing like the kind of like ear digs or nose twitches and stuff like that, or like takes. I love doing like little stuff like that. It's more acting than action, so yeah. It's a nice change of pace to what we normally do. Normally, Andrew takes care of all the. Sounds so adult, Andrew.
Andrew.
Cook takes care of all the movement animations and locomotion animations. I usually take care of the idles and fidgets, and then we'll split up the combat abilities. Just trying to rely on our strengths. Is YB on?
He is.
Well, Beast, man, it was nice meeting you at PAX. We'll have to do it again next year.
Just a second. Dake Helen asked, do you guys ever do deformations to make the animations pop more?
Like morph target deformations?
I would guess like
about?
Deforming the model.
Sometimes I'll do. We'll have a special rig in there to where like we'll have a bone on top of the bone so you can scale it, so you can have like the stomach expand or like kind of like the anime like a Akira like with like the muscles like expanding and then like counter expanding, like you have like a bunch of stuff going on underneath the skin for transformations. I like doing stuff like that.
I like doing some stretching on the spine, so kind of gives it a little more elasticity and like run cycles and movement animations. But also when you're doing like faster attacks,
it leads the eye.
Yeah, it leads the eye a bit more. So
it's weird to watch.
Yeah. So like I might actually squish her down a little bit here when she's about to leap, and then when she's at her apex, I'd pull it up a little bit. So
yeah, we'll even do some stuff like if you're throwing a ball, we'll break the elbow to like really kind of get like that whip motion going in. And by what I mean breaking the elbow, I actually hyperextend the elbow to where the arm is like this, just for a frame, and it just helps lead the eye. If you ever look at like a Bugs Bunny animation of him like throwing a ball, you see the famous Chuck Jones in-betweens, which are just absolutely fantastic. But if you go frame by frame, nothing makes sense. There's just some weird poses in there. But if you play it normally, it just leads the eye with those really quick cartoony motions.
That's interesting. From Rakal, for Mr. Doggett, what's the emote you're looking most forward to adding?
Dancing, of course. I don't know if I'll have time to do that, but that will eventually get in if I have anything to do with it. With my last dying breath, we'll get some dancing in post-launch.
Yeah.
No promises pre-launch. We want to give you the game first.
Yeah.
But I mean, anybody that knows me in real life, I like to dance. Not so much anymore ever since I hurt my ankle, but I used to do splits in the worm and.
You were quite acrobatic.
Yeah, I did a striptease for the president of Aspire when I was working there.
Yeah, I didn't need to know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did. You needed to.
Yeah, they asked me to get up there and dance, and I just can't go vanilla,
That's right.
People want chocolate when they get the dog. They want triple chocolate. And so, I removed some clothes, and Mike Rogers had my clothes nice and folded and piled up for me when I got off stage. Might have led to my layoff, but
what'd she say?
We don't know.
Oh, she's just saying hi. It's Melissa.
Hey, Melissa.
What's up? Oh, they're good.
Don't worry, he's just saying, telling awful stories.
I thought you were telling him to stop standing for us.
Okay. There's a question about how tall the Fae are compared to other races. I'm gonna take us away from that story.
She's short. She's not the shortest. She's not a Ganeshan, but she's about 5 foot tall, I think, if she was in real life. Right?
I don't know actual height.
Yeah, maybe, if the knight was 6 feet tall, she would be like 5.
Yeah, I think she comes up to about his shoulder. Maybe his chin,
but she takes up about as much screen space as a champion when her wings are on, like width wise. I noticed you're not wearing my t-shirt today.
No, I didn't wear it today. I thought the orange was a little too bright.
That's what my mom told me.
All right, that was good. That was pretty good.
Who decided to put you two in the same segment? Was it Todd?
Todd is an agent of chaos.
I seem like Todd is the only one crazy enough to approve that.
Yeah.
It's not a smart idea.
Even Gibson knows it was a bad idea. Mounting Wind asked, "Is there any chance we will see that long hair swishing about in its glory?"
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's a bone chain in there,
there is.
and she has like some for like a bone for like this curl here, and then the hair back here, and she'll also have like other hair options too. So
Yeah, there's some bones in there for the hair to swish around. I probably won't simulate it until after the animation is done to give it a nice flowing feel. And I'll even simulate some of the bottom feathers on the wings as well to give them a very like loose feel. Kind of add some extra life to the whole animation at the end.
now that we're talking about the wings, how do you feel about the wings cook?
Val approved that shit.
Do you really want me to say this out loud?
I love the wings. Cook doesn't.
I do not love the wings.
They're a lot to animate.
They are a lot to animate. It's basically like animating a second character.
Yeah.
They pretty much have a life of their own.
But it's cool to do like what I talked about with micro fidgets. Like during idle, I have her kind of puff out the wings a little bit, kind of like how you have a bird. They'll kind of do that when they're standing there. Just some cool stuff that the other characters won't be doing.
That's true. They do add some nice flavor, but I think they hide a lot of the silhouette in actions, and that's why I don't like them very much. It's not as much the difficulty of animating them as how much I don't like that they hide like the silhouettes. Like she gets some cool poses, and they get covered up.
Just let me know if you need any help. Have you ever seen Ghost?
Please don't touch me. Not while I'm animating.
And my darling, I hunger for your touch.
Are you guys animating 100% of the time? I could answer that one.
110% of the time, life is animated.
Oh, you are 100% of the time that you're animating, you are animating.
Yes,
there you go.
That's true.
Yes. Yes.
Hang in there, Val. The day's almost over. It's almost done. Oh, man.
So I'm really just trying to polish things at this point. I spent most of my day setting up her key poses.
Complaining.
Anywho, so setting up her key poses for the attacks, I figured, okay, I want her to kind of rear back and feel this before leaping in, and I wanted the attack to strike across so that it reads. And then this part will probably be blended out of, so I'm not as worried about the return. Any questions?
I'm asking for questions now.
They're like, yeah. Let's get back to the environments. I'm
Hey,
seeing lighting
they look
here.
nice, man.
They do. They're beautiful.
They do look very nice.
All right, what do you hate more? This is from Tennis. Wings or centaur butts?
Wings.
Centaur butts.
A little bit of disagreement there.
By the way, Liz, thank you for my birthday present. It's kept my hands occupied.
Kainth asked, are the wings used as a weapon as well?
Originally, we had planned for a number of the assassin abilities to be wing dependent, but with the shift to race class independence, we
It might look funny if the knight is like, ha!
And not doing anything with those.
But we might do some and then do a variant for the non-winged characters.
Yeah, so I think the idea is to give her a little more flash as an assassin based on the wings, and then possibly having to reanimate some of the things to not work with wings.
Yeah.
Or work without wings. This part here, I want to feel more drag on the wing coming up. See how it just like pops back up?
Mm-hmm.
So Anthrage has a pretty interesting question that pertains to the splitting away from the archetypes and the race class combos. He asked, since the Fae can be druids and the druids have the dissipate blink power, will her wings get blown back a bit as she moves forward? And I might preemptively answer some of that myself. Isn't the blink power a wood elf? Is that a racial power?
I thought that was a druid thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that's a druid
the blink,
power.
The right click blink.
But you can replace that right click blink with her dash, which is the phase right click.
Okay.
So that's like a racial ability I think that you can swap out.
Okay, so then I guess on a broader question, when you address the Fae and putting new abilities, new kits on her, do you have to go in and tweak the animations so that they look right? Like, do you have to take her wings into account and go back and make adjustments for all of those different?
Yeah,
things?
absolutely. Yes. This is she's one of our more expensive characters when it comes to transferring the animations because of the wings, and that's because we want to make sure that they're not just static objects on their back. So they're going to do something in every animation.
Apparently Todd confirmed earlier that Blink is a Wood Elf racial ability.
Oh, it is a racial. Okay.
But still applies.
Yeah.
Is glitter still banned in here, Max?
Well, yes, because the last time, I think there's still glitter in the other studio from when you did it before.
Yeah. I blame Simon.
Yeah, I mean, he could have done a better cleanup job. I will say that you were the one who blew the glitter all over the ground, but he should have cleaned it up better.
Hey, man, you don't get mad at a squirrel when he buries a nut, do you?
No. Awesome Tail asked, how hard is it to animate the guineas when they're so short and round? I imagine it's difficult to make animations that really pop with that as the base model.
He was actually a lot of fun to animate.
Yeah,
he was very bubbly and just
bouncy and cartoony.
Yeah, it kind of freed us up because we didn't have to worry about kind of the uncanny valley sort of thing. You know, we want them to look right because their proportions are normal, right?
Yeah.
Whereas the Ganeshan, I mean, his proportions are so wacky that it allowed us to be more wacky in his animations.
So yeah, I would say not more difficult, more fun.
Yeah.
Spread glitter spell. I'm sure there's going to be some dogged-inspired weirdness that makes its way into the game. I've got a terrible feeling that's the case.
Tiger Punch.
You know, was it the Confessor that had a Tiger Punch?
Champion has a Tiger Punch. Templar has a Tiger Punch.
That's right.
And Confessor has a Tiger Punch for her unarmed base
We
attacks.
have 3 Tiger Punches in the game already. Did you sneak those in? Did Todd watch those and was like, yes, or?
Actually, the Ranger and Templar. Did you say those?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, now that I think about it.
Todd trusts me 100%. Sorry. No, it doesn't. Not at all. You guys are in good hands. Todd's got the leash on me.
Tinnis asked, have they animated Fae gliding or double jump?
I have not animated those yet.
We've been on discipline powers.
Yeah, we've been trying to get the discipline systems kind of finished so that we could release them, and so the assassin got stalled a little bit while we kind of diverted our focus.
How many discipline powers did you guys get through?
Hundreds.
Really?
Well, I mean, the powers...
A number of them had you know, kind of generic animations. So those were shared animations between a number of them. That was probably maybe almost half of them, but I think we probably
then you have
made close to 50
Why is it the
animations.
FX people have only gotten me a handful?
That is a good question for the effects people that I'm not going to throw under the bus.
Yeah, and the disciplines took a little bit longer.
Interrogation.
The disciplines took a little bit longer than expected because, well, you know, like a little bit through the discipline powers, there was some kind of weird design change. So
Yeah, a little bit of a design change.
So instead of them disciplines only going on certain archetypes, they went to everybody. So that extended that out a little bit.
Yeah. I think I should start simulating some things.
Well, let's play it. Let's take a look at it. I haven't been paying attention. See it from the back.
420 Shrekety requested that we make Doggets a playable race.
We've been saying that
Yeah,
forever.
I know.
A Dogget?
A dog.
Yeah.
Would it just look like him?
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
I don't know. No.
I mean, should we on the strike instead of having the wings curl in, like push them back on that strike to show the arms a little bit more, or is that just like a complete redo of all the wing stuff?
That's pretty much a redo of the wing stuff. Because also her body pivots so much, it's kind of hard. Like I can't really pivot. I can't turn this wing much more without clipping it through her body and through this arm. So trying to fan those out that way.
How many bones are in those wings?
About 34. About.
Yeah. And they get LOD'd out.
Yeah.
So they quickly drop in bone count the further away you get from them for optimization.
Right. Bearded Beck asked, which of the missing characters are you most excited about animating?
Frostweaver.
Yeah.
Is that what he means?
Yeah.
And people that we haven't done yet?
Or, I mean, like, you know, Stoneborn, we still have the Elkin left.
Frostweaver.
Yeah, she's going to be fun.
She is.
Who can be a Frostweaver? Let's check. Frostweaver.
Moon Elf.
The Wood Elf, the
Wood
High
Elf.
Elf, and the Fae.
So, yeah, this one. That's right.
Oh, man, I want that Elkin Confessor, man. I'm psyched for that.
Yeah, we all saw the video.
We know. Well, what are y'all gonna play? Do you have an archetype, or well, it's not an archetype anymore. A race class combo? Because y'all weren't in that video.
No, we weren't.
You weren't.
Was in the video.
Doggy was briefly, but he didn't say what he's gonna play. What he wants to
in the
play.
video. I'm just making a point.
Well.
Duelist is well, the Ganesian Duelist is one of my favorites. Still. Bull Myrmidon. I'm kind of a fan of the old school, like
That's cool.
Crowfall 1.0.
I'm actually still a big fan of the Knight. I wish we could get a Fey Knight, but
Fey Knight would be interesting. But now you can be a Ganesian Knight, which is better.
Well,
there's a lot of Ganesian
that's
hate.
pretty cool. I actually like the Ganesian
There is.
Knight.
There's a lot of racism.
He actually
we
came
talked
out
about
really
that earlier.
nicely.
Calling them hamster.
Rats. I've heard rats a lot.
Yeah, rats a lot.
Wabis asked, how do you process what you need to conceptualize the Fae? Like you're making a character that has all these humanoid features, but you have additional weird extremities like her wings. So what do you use for reference when you're animating something like that? Do you look at like a bird? Do you look at like an angel? Or what's the...
I guess...
I look at you because you're an angel, Max.
Oh.
There's cartoons, anime, movies, like the X-Men movies has Angel in it.
Mm-hmm.
There's some cool stuff that he does in those. And then just like studying bird anatomy and bird flights and stuff like that. And also it kind of comes when you animate long enough, you just kind of realize, okay, this is you treat this like another limb. Like, I kind of think of them as like an extra set of arms on the back. Also, there's Gargoyles, which is one of my favorite cartoons of all time.
Gargoyles is awesome. Great reference.
They got so much right.
Did you go back and watch Condor?
Yeah.
Do you know what that is?
Yeah, and I used to love Condor, man. Had it on VHS. Guys, it's a square black box with tape on it. Like, you can watch movies. They could fit an entire movie on there.
It was pretty cool back in the day. All the cool kids.
Some VCRs, when they got to the end, would automatically rewind.
Yeah. I remember arguing with my grandmother. I rented a Nintendo game, and for some reason, because of habit, they put rewind or else you get a fee on the Nintendo cartridge. And, like, it was a knockdown, drag-out fight with my grandmother. She's like, you got to rewind it. I'm like, you cannot possibly rewind this. There is no possible. She's like, well, I'm not going to pay $5 if you don't rewind this. I'm like, well, okay, how about if I hit reset? Well, that just shuts you up.
You should have just gone.
I was still upset about
Put
that.
it in there.
Yeah.
I know.
See what happens.
I just couldn't, like, explain it to her, like, 8-year-old dog it.
It doesn't rewind. That's not how it works.
They stopped doing that at Blockbuster because so many people got pissed off about the rewind.
When the competition stopped
And then
making them
Blockbuster
rewind.
started buying more rewinding machines.
Yeah. I have one in my house.
Yeah, remember you could buy
it rewinds
like
fast.
car. Yeah.
And you just pop it in, and it's
Yeah,
all it does. Is
that's
rewind
all
your
it does.
tapes.
Rewinds. Oh, man.
Yeah, some nice subtle, like, flaps as she's going through.
Yeah. Try it. It's so hard. Please.
How long have you been working on this animation, Cook?
Just today. So I came in a little late today because I got
This kid was sick.
Yeah, stuff was going on, but pretty much just I think I did a couple of the poses without the wings. I didn't touch the wings last night. So, but I only worked on it for about maybe an hour last night. But so I don't know, maybe about 7 hours so far that I've been working on this animation.
About 15 minutes trying to get your computer to start before the stream.
Yeah, no kidding.
He brings his computer over and just completely just stops. Just stops computing.
It's like, nah, I'm not gonna
won't.
work
I'm done.
anymore.
Yeah.
Not gonna work anymore.
It's a dogged stream, so of course, like, something's gonna happen.
And I'm used to having my own monitor, so I'll just use this.
Oh, yeah, the infamous graph editor. So these are animation curves. So everything that we do, a rotation of an arm, a flap of the wing, a step of a foot, is all translated into curves. And this is what's in Max, and this is what goes into Unity. So this way, you see all these like dots on the screen, and these are all the keyframes, and he's putting in some overlap and smoothing out the curve so there's not any kind of like minor hits.
I heard a rumor that you don't like using the curve editor.
I use a curve editor. No, it's very important. I mean, it's a fine level of polish, and I've seen animators that just can like completely bust out animation just using the curves.
Yeah.
Like, whereas I want the hits to be in a very specific spot at a very specific time, whereas they'll futz with the curve to kind of get it there, and it's
everyone animates.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. My lead at King's Isle, he would just knock the dust off in the curve editor, and he was very big pose to pose. Learned a lot from him. Mike Boyce, if you're watching, miss you, bro.
Boys.
So what happens when you export? The exporter actually put a keyframe on every single point on that curve, and bake that out. And it's called like resampling the curve or just baking out the curve. And when it gets pulled into Unity, we compress that. So it takes a look at the curve and it tries to recreate it with as little keyframes as possible. So basically like the animation size will go from like a megabyte to 10 kilobytes
Yeah.
That's something that we have to do. But a lot of times if you see a character standing there and you see their feet kind of moving like this, like sliding, that's usually from animation compression, because the legs need to be counter-animated every single bit of that animation to hold them down. When you do animation compression on the curves, you lose that fidelity. So that's what you'll see in games. Whenever you see that, it's usually due to animation compression, not a lazy animator.
Hero asks a pretty awesome question. How will you make powers read the same across races with such different silhouettes? Will we be able to recognize an Elkin Fireball and an Athari Fireball as the same power?
I think the effects will add a lot of that uniformity, because it'll be using the same effects, like the colors and the timing and all that stuff will be the same between the races and the classes. So especially with disciplines, it'll level out with the effects. The silhouette may be different, but you'll still recognize the pose. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And that's a great question. We also have to take in a lot of account of like gender in these animations. So the druid is very, very feminine, like with her walk and a lot of her attacks. So when we get the male druid, there's actually going to be an animation pass where we make it masculine.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's not going to be a hippie walk for him.
I mean, we could. We had that.
Oh, we did that on the Myrmidon. Yeah, the Minotaur. Transfer the druid's walk over the Minotaur. And
he was pretty
fantastic.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
He was pretty fabulous. Yeah, that was it.
But yeah, that's a part of the cleanup process, just to make sure that like not only does the animation look good, but does it read. And that's something that's going to be ongoing all the way through ship. And, you know, there's making the animations, then there's refining them after gameplay is, after we play it and get feedback and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So we started a little bit late, and it's almost 5.
Oh my gosh, it is already 5.
So we'll go maybe another 10 minutes, and then we'll get Todd and Blair in for the Q&A.
All right,
cool.
Let's bring magic some of this.
Yeah, let's get them ears flopping around. So. I love this thing. So if you notice, those ears don't move at all in this animation, really. But we are going to make them move. That look good?
Yeah.
Spliff Sama says, please tell Doggett when he makes something dance to make the Ganeshan do the hustle.
All right.
I've made the suggestion. I've done my part. Whether or not he takes
it's in my hands.
It's in Doggett's hands. He says, please, please.
I think Todd's going to come in pretty soon.
Okay. I told him 10 minutes, but the reality is that you're done when Todd kicks you out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like most things.
See how that looks. They actually go too far back, I think.
Yeah, I probably would have put it at 2.5, make them a little bit stiffer.
Yeah. I think you might be right.
It's rare, but sometimes I am.
I closed it, didn't I?
Broken clock. That's right, twice a day.
I'm actually going to do one other thing. I'm going to stop her moving forward while I'm doing this. That way, you don't get pulled back too far.
I don't know, every time I see ears moving independently, I think of Goonies Sloth. Like when he's talking to Chunk, like, but Sloth would Chunk. Baby Ruth.
Oh, it's fitting.
I hated that movie just because of that character.
Anthrage asked, so has Doggett been animating a tiger in game in his spare time for one of the new biomes? Winky face.
Not yet. I don't know why I need that many animations. It's like idle and death. What's a tiger gonna do?
Just get one punched.
I had a dream that was One Punch Man the other day.
That must have been an awesome dream.
I one punched a lot of stuff.
I don't blame you.
It was a lot of inanimate objects though. Stop signs, fire hydrants.
That's what you decided to punch?
I'm weird in my dreams.
You just obliterated stop signs?
Yeah, it was almost as epic as my Star Trek, Alien, Superman, Doctor Who crossover dream. Like, it was like Doctor Who and Worf and Superman and me, and we were fighting off like xenomorphs.
Oh, Todd, please come
Dude,
on.
that's awesome.
Yeah, Todd, where you going?
And I wasn't like Superman or Worf or anything. I was me, because it's all you need.
All right, shut down the stream.
I should.
I wonder if I lost the ends on those.
The end bones? No?
These are all good.
Sometimes it gets a little weird when you simulate multiple ones.
Yeah.
So
these
sometimes
are
I'll just
good.
like run them through like one at a time.
Yeah. No, I didn't.
He doesn't listen to me.
No, I don't. We've been working together for far too long for me to listen.
And I'm going to be moving right across the street from him in a couple of months.
It's actually pretty exciting.
Yeah. I want a train that goes from my house to Cook's house and then loops around back to my house. And I want to ride on that train every morning so we can carpool to work together. Love you.
Might be too much.
Oh, man.
That was so awkward.
It's an instinct to sniff your hand after you touch something to make sure that it's not an
All
infection.
right, let's not talk about this now. Let's not get back into this. We had a...
Let's see.
Like, you touch something really smelly, you're like, no!
All right, you're out.
I think if we put Dave... Yeah, somebody mentioned... Can we have... Nicholas Limerider asked if we could have a Dave and Doggett podcast. I think the company would go under.
Yeah.
I feel like it would just be such a PR nightmare.
Where's he going?
I'm about to go grab him. All right. Any appropriate closing statements from you guys? Anything you want to end with?
All right, think you guys are done.
Also answer questions on Twitter, Doggett3D.
Yes.
Can you put it up right here, Gibson?
I can
Doggett3D.
chat at Doggett3D.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
in control of this.
What do you do here?
Not anymore. I supervise now.
Yeah.
You supervise. All right.
And so this is going to chain into two other attacks. So this is just a
Yeah,
first part of
this
the
is
base
just
attack.
Just the first. So I think for the second one, I was going to have her actually spin back
Mhm.
and attack with this arm. Going to do like a twist and attack this way.
They've been asking about boob physics.
Yeah, we might as well just ask it. Everyone's asking about boob physics.
Oh, we haven't really invested in boob physics.
There you go.
There you go.
What's that game that plays?
Age of Conan.
Oh, Age of Conan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They sure invested in it.
Yeah, they asked about a
Yeah,
dome
that's-
slider too. No, we don't have that. It's not something we're going to invest time in.
Not yet.
Maybe in an expansion.
Some other
It's DLC. No, it's not. I don't think that's on the schedule. I'm proud of you, Doggett. No comment. Let's
Well,
just-
you know,
on this one.
Yeah, I tend to avoid those topics. Like, I'm wrong in many ways, but that's a big no-no. You know, especially, like, I don't want Melissa coming in here and kicking my butt, or Val. our
Yeah.
Val, our Susie, our Aislinn. I mean, I have respect for my female coworkers, just not my male coworkers.
There you go.
All right. We're going to wrap it up there. So
Seems like a good place to end it.
Thanks, guys. We're going to slam on the brakes.
Bye, guys. Thanks for dropping by and checking out the assassin. We'll get her in game as soon as she's done. So
watch for a long time.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for watching. We're going to show the environment video one more time as we transition, and then when we come back, it'll be Todd and Blair talking about. Well, they're going to wrap up and do a little bit more Q&A.
Are my hands sweaty?
No, they're just really cold.
They are.
Mine are sweaty.
Yeah.
We will be right back.
No infection.
I just got a text.
No,
He did.
Gibson,
He
did
did.
you ask?
What?
Did you want to see Max
He said he
all
wanted
day?
to put a cam on me. Yeah.
No, I
Yeah,
said.
Oh, now
I
you're
said
denying.
no. I said put a cam on you for when they're switching, and then you turn the cam on. You
It's been
decided
like
to
all
keep it
day
up.
selfie cam. See, this is millennials for you.
I'm
And
telling
he
you.
wants to be on camera on the internet all day. I'm
has
just
to be.
kidding.
And
I don't
you
have anything
notice
against
that he made
millennials.
his
It's
face
just against
bigger
Max, really.
than everybody else.
Max
That's
is
not
the worst
true.
person.
It is true. He made his face.
Oh, I
bigger.
know. He made his face all
It's the
big.
angle.
It's like, welcome to Max TV. Today we're discussing Crowfall.
We've got the little Crowfall window, and then we got Max. He has a very weak grip.
I don't care. I don't care what you guys say. We
All
are
right.
live. We are.
All right.
Oh, I assume we're live. If we're not, I'm starting over with the whole letting everybody know that.
Yeah.
Okay, so A lot of good stuff today.
Yeah, everyone got a little piece in there, and we had a lot of good demos.
We thought we'd get back together at the end of the day for anybody who didn't have a chance to get on earlier to take a couple more questions, and then wrap us up. We also didn't do the whole live stream telethon raising money thing today. We just wanted to have a chance to talk to you guys directly and answer some questions and basically not put any kind of pressure on it. So,
well, I think on the calendar this was originally a 1 hour thing, and then we're like, let's just show everything.
People
for
kept
fun.
saying, "Oh, I want to go on," and of course then
Max is
all
like,
day. So
they need 5 hours of my face.
6.
It's funny because it's true.
You guys are the worst. You just say I'm the worst. You're the worst.
Notice how he sits forward too, so his face is right up there.
That's right.
All right, Max, you got any questions
Max,
for
do
us?
you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions
How
for
come
you.
you're not on screen?
Can I go home?
No. Next question.
Oh, well, we just started the stream. Can you give me a second?
Sure.
So
did you guys make a pickpocket? It looked like Billy did a pickpocketing.
Thief.
And you're going to do pickpocketing?
So what we did was we did an interaction with the audience. We said, all right, what do you want to make? And then
I know. Shadowing pickpocketing was incredibly fun. I mean, it was a totally... you could just grief the hell out of people. I remember in the beta, at one point, one of our developers was playing with a buddy of mine who was in the beta, and my buddy just was sitting there. Every time he'd kill something, he would just snag all the stuff right out of his inventory. He was just sitting there stealing him blind, and the guy was like, "Man, we got some kind of bug. I don't know what's going on here. I'm sorry about that." He kept apologizing for the bug, and then at the end he was like, "Dude, I've been stealing stuff from you all day."
Well, so it was annoying on the discipline rune droppers in Shadowbane because the thieves could go up and
you could loot.
The loot wasn't created. Yeah, the loot wasn't created at the time the monster died, which many games do. The loot was created when the monster spawned, and they had it on them, right? So, like EverQuest was a similar time frame. They had a little special inventory for stuff that could be stolen.
Oh, okay.
And it just had coin in it or whatever. Sometimes random items. But that was a different inventory than the reward inventory, which Shadowbane had. So you could kill a loot dropper or a discipline rune dropper, and there's no discipline rune. What the hell?
So I like pickpocketing. I think it's fun. So I'm sure it will make an appearance.
Yeah, and he did the tie shoestrings, and I can't remember what the third one was. Grappling hook.
Oh, okay.
So we just
grappling hook is cool.
We asked the audience, and we just kind of designed all this stuff, and he was drawing the art to show how he went through the process of it.
Awesome. All right, Max, you got anything for us yet?
Mithra Gaming asked, are there any plans to make crafting factories at risk? Will the loaded resources be able to be looted?
Well, if they're in your EK, then that's up to your EK rules,
I mean,
right?
so it depends. I guess is like, where is it? Where is the factory?
Yeah.
If the factory is in a keep that could be sieged and lost.
Yeah, I don't know on this one, to be honest. Factories is another one of those systems. It's like, all right, we know generally what we want to do. We'll get to it, but I haven't gone through. I mean, really, when we get to those designs, when we're to that point, it's like, all right, now we need to deep dive into this one and focus on it exclusively and go through all the edge cases of how all the various design decisions can come back to bite us. So I don't spend too much time on that stuff until you're a little closer in. So
sure.
So I don't know. That's a long way of saying I don't know yet.
Yeah, factories are in crafting phase 3, and we're phase 1.
Right.
Yeah, I'd like to at least have 2 done before we make calls on that.
Yep.
Are there any plans to give DPS golems or dummies to test builds on?
Training dummies. That is a great idea, and I would like to get that done sooner than later. They're testing powers, and they have to use each other, or it's just they're not that hard to build. We just got to put it in there.
Okay. Trellian asked, is the chain scythe for the Frostweaver still a thing?
Oh,
we don't know yet. That one, we're about to hit it because we're running out of additional classes that we need to get to.
Yeah.
So one of the discussions was to move that thing to being another ranged weapon and making it a discipline. So it would then be similar to archery, where if you don't have it, then some classes would be able to get it. So that's another option.
There's a lot of ways we can go on this. Is it a primary weapon, though? I don't think so.
I don't know. I might be more of an AoE and a grappling hook.
Right. We can animate anything, but not as one that you can craft kind of thing. Like, you don't craft a frost scythe.
Yeah.
Right, because it has a lot of implications.
I still like the concept. I'm just not quite sure how it's going to play out. That's also the kind of conversation that needs to include a lot of different disciplines, right? It needs to be me and you and engineers and art and animation. I mean, we need to get a bunch of people involved to figure out how to tackle it. But I'm not willing to give up on it yet. I still like the idea. So
generally, we budget about a week or two of engineering time per archetype, and it depends on what we ask for.
Yeah.
Right, like for the assassin, her engineering time is going towards gliding and double jumping.
The wings, right?
Right, I mean that's so.
For Ganeshan, it was burrow, and it was more than a couple weeks. So
yeah,
it's also you build on the stuff you've already built in the past. And I remember when he came online, there was like, all right, that's a whole new concept, which is burrowing under the ground.
Well, the stealth system Steve had been working on for weeks in his spare time, just to make it so the server didn't show everybody in the area a stealth character. So it kind of built on top of that, and even after all that work was done, it was still a couple of weeks.
And it still is prone to bugs.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we don't have a good way to access it, which is what we're getting with the assassin. Yep. We don't just have like a one little go stealth kind of thing.
We will soon.
Yes, we will.
All right, what else you got for us, Max?
Are there any plans for a disguise discipline that might allow players to disguise themselves as another class, faction, or race? I guess similar to what the Enchanter could do in EverQuest.
Yeah, I don't know. I like polymorph spells, actually, personally. Yeah. I think they're pretty cool. Back in the Mud, we had one where you could polymorph yourself into a creature, into a monster, and it would change your appearance.
Yeah, that's one of those ones that it's just like, okay, we have a bunch of engineering time. What kind of fun things do we want to ask for? So that's not outside the realm.
No, and it would make a cool discipline, too.
Yep.
Some kind of shape-shifting discipline would be pretty neat.
Just do the glasses with
or
the nose
illusionist.
and a little mustache.
I think we can do better than that.
I think we do a little better.
So.
Thanks, Gibson.
Yeah.
We're not going to put him in charge of that one. Or anything.
All right, currently we're restricted to building on a single parcel. Are there plans to change that so that you can build across parcels?
You are restricted to building within the bounds of a parcel, but there are parcels that are enormous, right? I don't know that they're all in yet. I don't think they are, but we have parcels that are like 8 cells
there's some really big
in
ones.
size. So I don't think you're going to need to go across parcel boundaries. The challenge that we've got is we let you pick up and move parcels around without making you pull all the buildings up off of them, right? So if we let you build across a parcel boundary and you've got a building like hanging off into the next parcel, and then you pick that parcel up and move it to another parcel where that is not a valid build location, we would have a problem. It gets even more complicated if you're not the person who dropped the building there, it's one of your vassals, because now we've got to pull that building up, get it back to them. They may not even be online right now, which means we got to shove it probably into their spirit bank or something like that. It gets very complicated. So it was an easy solution for us to say, no, let's just have them build within the boundaries of the parcel. Later down the line, maybe we'll look at either letting them stitch across, or we might just come up with some parcel shapes that are more interesting, like a long S-shaped one or a long thin one that you could do to build like a Great Wall of China kind of thing, which would be pretty cool. Anyway, it's one of those things. It kind of worked at one point, even with the stitching, but it started to blossom into all these weird edge cases that we're like, I don't think, let's just go ahead and stop this here before it gets any worse.
Sometimes the simple rule saves you
a whole lot. Saves you a heck of a lot of work. So there you go. What else you got, Max?
So we have a lot of viewers on this stream that this is one of the first times, or maybe the first time, that they're actually seeing Crowfall. And Steckett asked, I remember looking at this game a few years ago. How long have you been in development for?
So our Kickstarter was 2 years and 3 months ago. We were working on it as a team before that, but it was a small team, and it was a lot of prototyping work. So most of that stuff, like even the art assets, if you go back and compare the current ones to the original ones, most of them have been redone. I don't think any.
I don't know that any of that exists in the current project.
Right. It was all prototype stuff that inevitably you have to go back and rework. So I would kind of count the period up to Kickstarter as pre-production, and then kind of that would be our official line of production, maybe? I don't know. It's because they kind of bleed.
I definitely don't count anything prior to the finishing of the Kickstarter as real, because just it didn't survive.
It didn't survive.
It's not in the project anymore. I mean, the only thing that was started during the Kickstarter that has survived is in the power tool. And that was because Borland just went off into a corner
And started working on
it. Started working because I'd already done the GDD for it.
Yeah.
And the rest of us were just dealing with the Kickstarter madness, and he was actually making for and we still use the power tool to this day.
And a lot of the concepts, of course, those all carried over,
Sure.
and we learned a ton out of making those characters. But like those characters weren't capable of having swappable equipment. Well, that's clearly not going to work.
Yep.
So you have to go back and do that. It's very easy to get something propped up quickly that you can kind of play around with and start to learn. But when you sit down and go, okay, now we have to do this for real, characters need to have variable skin and variable hair and weapons that swap between them, and they need to perform, and they need to be able to swap hair and helmets and cloaks and body and torso and gloves and boots. It starts to blossom into a huge amount of additional
work.
work.
And you need to be able to persist it into a database.
So you have to go back and basically lay a better foundation. So we kind of did that immediately.
Yeah, I mean,
so I think that the answer would be probably somewhere between production of 2 years, 3 months, and on the outside then 3 years if you include basically me starting to write on design docs. And passing them to you.
From empty piece of paper, right? That would be that extra 9 months. But all of that stuff is just gone.
So we kickstarted in February, and
March.
Greco and John started, I want to say, October 31st or October 1st or something like that. So, I mean, that tells you up until that point, we didn't even have any concepting done.
No.
We didn't have any environments done, because those guys didn't even work at the company. So,
a
couple years.
You know what's crazy? Monday is my 1 year at Artcraft.
It's always about
That's crazy.
It doesn't
that
feel
you
like he's
survived that long.
He hasn't done anything in a year. I mean, when you look.
Why? Why would you say that? Why would you bring that up?
It's always about him.
It is. Me.
You gotta be kidding me.
Did he just make the picture bigger?
Yeah.
I'm probably this little thing in the bottom now.
He's now the background.
I hate you guys. You know what? If roasting me helps the game get done faster, I'm fine with it.
It doesn't, but it makes it more enjoyable.
Yes.
For you.
Right, yeah, for me.
So there's a lot of questions about campaigns, when they're coming online, what our plans are for the initial rollout, and that's obviously the next big thing on our horizon.
It is, and actually there's a fair amount of work that's been done there that's just backed up in testing behind all the disciplines.
Yeah, believe it or not, our bottleneck now is the ability to test things.
To get things out in the build in a functional state that you guys can test them. So they're coming pretty soon. There's a lot of that work is already done. But let's get through this initial round of discipline testing first, and then we'll move on to that next.
That's what we're doing next.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, Blair, question for you. Originally, the devs had said they didn't want fire hose healing or healing classes. Has that changed, or is there something different to the Crowfall cleric from standard clerics?
Oh, fire hose healing. Yes, we've always said we haven't wanted it. We severely toned it down, the healing down. Everyone will notice this with the disciplines because we removed the weapon as part of the calculation. It's just support power now. Because melee guys can take healing disciplines.
Right.
And we didn't want them to be as good as the support guys.
Right.
And if their weapon counted and attack power counted, then they would be as good as them.
Yeah,
So-
I do want to clarify one thing on that question, though. Is we never said we weren't going to have any healers. We said we weren't going to have fire hose healers. Because if you have dungeon bosses that have 350,000 hit points and you have to get through all of that, that requires somebody basically spraying you down with healing for 20 or 30 minutes, right? That's what we're not going to have. But the idea of, hey, we're just not going to have healing, we never said that because we never intended to do that. We're always going to have some healing.
And the cleric doesn't mean he's going to have complete heal spells, right? That's also.
Well, he's still going to be more PvP oriented than
sure.
PvE
He's going to have absorb bubbles,
cleric.
and we've actually started experimenting a lot with the. If you look at Naya discipline, where she's dropping an object and it chain heals out from a location. That kind of healing is interesting because it's not just somebody sitting back dumping heals into Todd. For example,
that's true too.
Right?
Yeah.
We're using the environment. The person who needs heals needs to be aware of what their healer is doing. It's less about. What's funny is in most games, the DPS always gets angry when they die because why didn't you heal me, Todd? I was clearly down on health. You should have healed me. No, we're putting the onus on Todd as the DPS to look around and be aware of, hey, there's a health orb I need to pick up, or I need to get near that thing that heals, or I just fired off a water spirit that's going forward, and as it's going forward, it's tossing heals. I need to get near that thing, right?
Yeah.
It's all
positional.
It's about environment awareness and your position to that. So yes, our healers are getting more powerful in the sense that they have more tools rather than just point at Todd and hit a heal.
Or
Todd.
tab to Todd and
Right.
continue hitting the button.
Yeah, I think ours are going to be much more difficult to play. Well, because it relies on Todd being a good player as well, right?
And that's not gonna
that's not going to happen. He's just like, why didn't you heal me?
Yeah. I'm still going to say that.
Yeah.
So. All right, Max, what else you got?
Another for Blair. Durenthal asks, there's a lot of crowd control in the game right now. Diminishing returns kicks in very slowly. Do you think that we need more resolve?
So I watched the Durenthal video of him versus another knight, and it seemed to
that was a cool video actually.
It was a good video, and
neat.
it showed once you know that hey, I'm blocking to the knight can block and avoid CC. You can actually see them start to play well because they're blocking each other's CC. I didn't think it took too many CCs to actually put you into CC. In fact, I think there's a bug in there because he went CC immune again very quickly after the first time. So obviously we are tuning that as we see bugs. But
so by the way, those videos and videos like that are incredibly helpful.
Oh, they're massively helpful.
Because we get to then go to an engineer and say, hey, somebody saw this thing, and we don't have to just explain to them, here's what was going on at the time. We can actually say, here's a link, go look at it. Which is great because they can be like, how did that even happen, right? But at least it does a better job of remembering all the environmental things that were going on than we can when we try and
in fact,
it.
in the bugs that we create, I often link them to specific videos that people have put up.
Go to 3:43 here, to see it happen.
And they are super helpful. And engineers just flat out don't believe you a lot of times.
That's true too. Yeah, it gives us proof.
Well, it also shows us, so example, there's some movement speed bugs going on right now, which is causing the controller to wrap around to W now makes you go backwards.
Right, chain pull I think was causing that last night.
And
for
we can see it happening, and if there's another debuff or buff that's interacting funny with chain pull, for example, then we can, there's something going wrong with one of those buffs.
Let's just call that confusion, slap up a hanging effect, and it just randomizes your WASD keys for some period of time. It's not any worse than going blind, right?
Yeah, except it permanently does it.
Oh, yep, that's bad. That's harsh. All right, Max, anything else?
Dake Hillen asks, this one's for you, Todd. What is something you've seen from your team lately that has blown you away?
We just had a huge amount of effort to get the reveal done this week. So the graphics overhaul, I still sit and watch that video, and I'm like, God, the guys really, I think they did a great job in pulling all that together. So I think that's really impressive. I am really impressed by the disciplines and how they came together. I think that's really cool. I was telling Blair this morning about how I thought the racial passives were really cool. It was a great idea, and so I think that we're hitting a really interesting time as a project right now, which is just there's so much cool stuff going into the game so quickly that it's frustrating, right? Because it causes bugs and instability and chaos, but it's also super exciting because you get to see stuff coming online that you've been waiting for 2 years. So I don't know. There's almost too much, right?
So when you get past all that architecture stuff and you start making gameplay,
and we're starting to actually make the game now. So. Yeah, very cool.
So I'll end on this one. Let me find it.
Final question.
Well, it's 5:30. I guess how long were you guys planning?
No, that's cool.
That's
I think that's good.
All right.
Make it a good one though.
So Dacon asked, if Crowfall turns out to be wildly successful and profitable, which would be awesome, what high-budget, crazy idea would you incorporate into the game?
I don't know.
Crazy high budget.
So, is there anything that you think is out of scope now that if you had the resources
there's tons
to
of things. Like I'd actually love to do ships and naval combat. I think that would be incredibly cool. But there's no money for that, right? I mean, that would be like 3 or 4 years after launch.
Right.
That'd be a good expansion pack. I actually have an idea for a kind of incarnations system as well, dealing with the gods, that I think would be really awesome. But there's no money in the budget for that. So
I can't believe you brought up naval
underwater.
combat.
The whole thing you guys were talking about earlier, swimming?
Well, it's not just swimming. I mean, it's boats and ships. It's a bunch, right? I mean, the game I made before this one was pirate game, and so I know intimately that there is it's a whole game. Like it's not a hey, I'll just kind of put this thing in over the weekend kind of thing. It's a massive undertaking. So, I'd love to do it, but it's not in the cards anytime soon. So,
Rafts. Rafts.
not even rafts. Not even rafts. I hate water. I think I've gone on the record before saying that I hate water in games. The amount of cost it takes to put even lakes in compared to what you get out of it, it just.
No, it's and the players are never happy with it too.
No, because it sucks.
Because fighting underwater, you have that additional axis.
It's dumb.
You should just make all
Whole thing is
water
dumb.
poisonous.
And
So
it
you
just
can't get
That's
in.
I'd be okay with that, but then when somebody dies, you got to deal with their items falling to the bottom of the water. I mean, it just sucks. It's just all around bad.
Shoots them out.
It's like the max of game features.
He just had to slip one more stab in before we turn the stream off.
exactly.
I'm not on camera. Nobody can hear me.
All right. How do you want to wrap it up?
Yeah, so I just want to thank everybody for tuning in today. We probably had a few people that stuck with us all day long, which is astounding. And for those of you who kind of came in and came out, thank you for caring enough to actually give a crap what we're up to and how our game is coming along. We've said it many, many times, but we wouldn't be here doing this if it wasn't for you guys. So thank you so much. This is what we love. It's what we love to do, and you're responsible for that. So I can't thank you enough.
Yeah, and there's going to be lots of changes to disciplines as we work out the bugs in them, right? Because this is the first pass. And the whole race class split stuff is going to invariably cause a bunch of bugs.
Yep.
But we'll get through them.
Yep.
We'll get through them. It'll be better on the other side. So just be patient with us about that. And I'm glad so many people turned out just to check out the discipline system and the graphic updates.
Yeah. So we will see you guys in the next test, which hopefully is coming very, very soon, right?
Mm-hmm. I think we've already cut the candidate. So.
All right. Sounds great. Thanks, guys.
Let me know when it's done.
See you soon. Almost done. I'm waiting on John to give me the symbol. I guess I can get up.
You could get up and
yeah
you can just leave.
All right, wrap.